The Socratic Fundraiser, Using Questions to Advance the Donor's Story. The Fundraising Myth and Science Series, Book 4. By Russell James III, J.D., Ph.D., Professor, Director of Graduate Studies in Charitable Financial Planning, and C.H. Foundation Chair in Personal Financial Planning at Texas Tech University. Note, the print version of this book is extensively footnoted. For all footnotes and citation references, please refer to the print version. The Fundraising Myth and Science series is a 4-book series. Book 1 is the Storytelling Fundraiser, the Brain, Behavioral Economics, and Fundraising Story. Book 2 is the Epic Fundraiser, Myth, Psychology, and the Universal Hero Story. Book 3 is the Primal Fundraiser, the Natural Origins of Effective Fundraising. Book 4 is the Socratic Fundraiser, Using Questions to Advance the Donor's Story. Preface: The Return of the Hero. If you're starting with this as your first book in the series, welcome. This is the most immediately practical of all the books. It's the answer key that gives the bottom line of how to do it. If you've got a donor meeting tomorrow, you're in the right place. If you've made it through the previous books in the series, welcome back. You've been on quite a journey. The Storytelling Fundraiser started in a relatively ordinary world. Sure, some of the evidence might have been new, but the conclusions were probably familiar. Stories work better than statistics. Character works better than calculation. But then things got weird. The Epic Fundraiser crossed a threshold. It entered a magical new world of monomyth and archetype. Maybe you felt some resistance to leaving behind the ordinary fundraising world. But you went forward. You continued the journey. And then things got even weirder. The Primal Fundraiser looked at natural origins. It explored the hero archetype's ethological mirror. It was quite a challenge, but you made it through. And now, at the end, you return to the beginning. The final section returns to the ordinary world of fundraising. It's the most practical one. You've got a job to do. What exactly should you say? How should you say it? The final section looks at these answers, but the previous parts of the journey inform these practical suggestions. That original world of practical fundraising is now different for you. The journey has changed your understanding. You know that the goal isn't just to advance any story. The goal is to advance the donor's hero story. You understand why some messages will resonate and others won't. You've been transformed. You've won a victory. But don't stay in that magical world of myth, theory, and academia, unless you want to pursue your PhD with me. Now it's time to return. It's time to take your victory and make it a boon for your community. It's time to finish the hero story. Chapter 1. Socratic Fundraising Theory: How Questions Advance the Donor's Story. Carl Jung writes, "It's very important not to know all the answers. Often we don't know, and if we did, it would be no good, for it is of greater value to the patient when he discovers the answers himself." This is the most practical book in the series. And still, we start with theory. This isn't just a penalty for listening to something written by a professor. In the end, it's quite practical. Yes, we'll get to lists of tips and tricks. We'll look at magic phrases and powerful questions. But first, it helps to know what we're doing. It helps to know who we're being. Once we get that, everything else fits. It fits the story. It fits the model. It fits the theory. Delivering value. What does a charity offer that the donor wants? A charity can provide value to many people in many ways, but fundraising provides value to the donor in just one way: enhanced identity. This can be private. It can affirm a desired moral identity internally. The audience for the gift can be simply the donor himself. The gift can enhance personal meaning. This can also be public. The gift can project a desired moral or economic identity externally. The audience for the gift can include valued members of the donor's community. The gift can enhance reputation. Fundraisers can provide value. They do so as merchants of meaning or retailers of reputation. Back to the one big thing. The one big thing in fundraising is this: advance the donor's hero story. Enhanced identity is part of this story. It is the ultimate result. The hero's journey begins in the hero's original world. This defines his original identity. He is then challenged to leave behind that ordinary, small, self-focused world. He is challenged to make an impact on the larger world. He initially refuses, but then accepts the challenge. The journey ultimately results in a decisive victory. The hero returns, bringing improvement to his original world. His identity has changed. He has become a transformed internal and honored external victorious hero. The steps in the hero's journey, monomyth, can be simplified to: original identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects to enhanced identity. Or, as a cycle, identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects back to identity. A compelling story requires each step. Each part must connect to the others. A challenge isn't compelling if it doesn't promise a victory. A victory isn't meaningful unless it delivers enhanced identity. An enhanced identity requires connecting with original identity. And so on for every step in the cycle. Each step must connect to the others. The perfect ask. What do new fundraisers really want to know? It's often something like this: how do I ask for money in just the right way? What's the magic phrase that will make donors give? Focusing on the perfect ask is natural. In the monomyth cycle, the ask is the challenge. A compelling challenge forces a decision, but it's a challenge that links to the donor's identity. The challenge responds to a threat or opportunity, but it's a threat or opportunity for the donor's people or values. The challenge promises a victory, but it's a victory for the donor's people or values. The challenge isn't compelling by itself. It's compelling only as part of the full story cycle. The challenge looks backward. It connects with the donor's original identity. It connects with the donor's history, people, or values. The challenge also looks forward. It promises a meaningful victory in the future. The promised victory is meaningful only as part of the full story cycle. The victory looks backward. It benefits the donor's source of original identity. It helps the donor's people or values. The victory also looks forward. It delivers an enhanced identity to the donor. The donor returns as a victorious and transformed hero. The perfect ask cannot exist in isolation. The challenge is only a single step. To be compelling, it must be part of the full story cycle. It must advance the donor's hero story. Appreciative Inquiry. Advancing this story can start by asking and listening. This can uncover the donor's original identity. related to the charity cause or project, and meaningful victory related to the charity cause or project. Only then can the fundraiser find or create a relevant challenge related to the charity cause or project. Questions can do a lot. Of course, they can uncover information, but they can do more. Empathetic listening signals a social or friendship relationship rather than a purely transactional one. This encourages sharing. Questions can also teach. Even more, questions allow people to teach themselves. Questions can change an idea into my idea. Socratic Fundraising. In the donor hero's journey, the effective fundraiser plays an essential role. The fundraiser is the guiding sage who challenges with a choice. In film, we see this character in Obi-Wan Kenobi, Minerva McGonagall, Morpheus, or Gandalf the Grey. But the best example of the guiding sage isn't from film or fiction. The best example is from history. When questions go beyond simply eliciting facts, we enter the world of Socrates. Socrates taught by asking questions. The purpose of his questions was not for him to learn something, it was for the student to learn something. Law school. The Socratic method of teaching is familiar to law students. The law professor isn't asking questions because she wants to learn something. She is asking questions because she wants the student to learn something. Isn't it easier just to tell the student the right answer? Yes, it is easier. But if the student uncovers the answer through his own reasoning, things change. The answer isn't just the teacher's opinion. It's the student's opinion. He discovers it. He believes it. He understands why he believes it. As Blaise Pascal wrote in 1660, people are generally better persuaded by the reasons which they have themselves discovered than by those which come into the minds of others. The wisdom of experience. This isn't just a matter of ancient history, philosophy, or fiction. It's a practical tool for transformational philanthropy. As Rod Zeeb puts it, we ask the questions because what they say is fact. What you say is opinion. If you tell them something, it is just an opinion, even if it is totally accurate. But if they tell you the same thing, it is a fact. We have to ask them questions so they can tell us the facts. Socratic fundraising isn't new. Successful fundraisers already know this secret. It's a common theme in fundraising advice. In a summary of dozens of fundraising advice books, Dr. Beth Breeze concludes, best practice among successful fundraisers reflects the axiom that the idea to give must come from the donor. The facilitation of the idea is the responsibility of the fundraiser. In describing her most memorable multi-million-dollar gift, fundraiser Pamela Davidson explains, that is my goal always, to have a gift conversation, which is a far less stressful goal for both the prospect and the professional than a gift. I ask the couple many open-ended and logical questions. One study of 1,200 university major gift officers described the special traits of the most successful. It called them curious chameleons. They were inquisitive and flexible. They asked prospects thoughtful, insight-generating questions about their goals and interests. In studies, stories, theory, and experience, the answer is the same. Appreciative inquiry works. Questions work. Arose by any other name, universal fundraising. At its core, the cycle is universal. Identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects back to identity. But these labels aren't necessary for it to work. The same concepts arise in many approaches. One describes fundraising steps as 1. do you care? In other words, identity connections. 2, how do you want the world to be different? In other words, defining a victory. 3, here's your chance. In other words, making the challenge. Another includes 1, identify and confirm their interests. So it sounds like you care about blank. In other words, identity connections. 2, what is your goal in giving? In other words, defining a victory. 3, can I come back with a proposal? In other words, making the challenge. The language or sequence may vary, but the elements are there. Successful paths are similar. Questions are a big part of the process. This is true beyond just fundraising. A rose by any other name. Universal sales. Major gifts fundraising is different from typical sales, but it does have more in common with major transaction sales. Such major contracts are often preceded by years of relationship building. The classic text on such sales is the 1980s book Spin Selling. It's based on 12 years of research and 35,000 sales calls. A summary explains, to win larger, consultative deals, salespeople must abandon traditional sales techniques. Rather than twisting their customers' arms, they need to build value, identify needs, and ultimately serve as a trusted advisor. Sound familiar? It should, and not just in its conclusion. SPIN, S-P-I-N, selling, is an acronym of 4 steps. Step 1, learn the customer's S situation. Step 2, get the customer to identify a P problem. Step 3, get the customer to elaborate the I implications of the problem. Step 4, present a product or service that promises a solution. This N, need payoff, addresses needs defined by the customer in the previous steps. Now compare. Advancing the donor's hero story with Socratic fundraising means Step 1, learn the donor's backstory and original identity related to the charity, cause, or project. This is the donor's situation. Step 2, get the donor to define a meaningful victory. A victory overcomes a problem, a threat or opportunity. Step 3, get the donor to elaborate on the identity connections that make the victory meaningful. These are implications. Step 4, present a challenge that promises a meaningful victory. A meaningful victory pays off in an enhanced identity. This need payoff enhances identity as defined by the customer in the previous steps. The steps match. Advancing the donor's hero story with Socratic fundraising is spin selling. It's spin selling of an enhanced identity. It's spin selling of private meaning or public reputation. What's the point? Triangulation. Different people using different methods in different times and places all point to the same answer. When this happens, pay attention to that answer. Next steps. In the donor's hero story, the fundraiser is the hero's guiding sage. For the guiding sage, questions are important. They're not just a way to discover information. They're a way to influence the hero's journey and destination. Jung writes, often the old man in fairy tales asks questions like who, why, whence, and whither for the purpose of inducing self-reflection and mobilizing the moral forces. For the fundraiser, the real goal is not to tell a story. It's to guide the donor to tell his own story. It's to guide the donor to tell his own donor hero story. Now what? How can we actually do this? What specific questions do we ask? The next chapter looks at this. Chapter 2, Socratic Fundraising Overview, a step-by-step menu of questions. Socratic fundraising. Socratic inquiry uses questions, but just asking questions isn't enough. To be Socratic, the questions must guide toward a goal. In fundraising, the one big thing is always the same: advance the donor's hero story. Socratic fundraising can do this. The hero story steps. In the universal hero story, monomyth, a guiding sage often kicks off the hero's journey. The sage challenges the hero with a choice. It's a challenge to go beyond his small, self-focused original world, pursue the hope of victory impacting the larger world, and become a transformed, internal, and honored, external victor who brings a boon back to his original world. In the donor's hero story, the fundraiser is the guiding sage. This guiding sage challenges with a choice. This happens at the ask. A compelling fundraising challenge connects to the donor's original identity, history, people, or values, promises the hope of a victory impacting the larger world, and delivers enhanced identity, internal, private meaning, or external, public reputation. The hero story cycle. The hero story progresses through original identity, connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects to enhanced identity. In 3 words, this is identity, challenge, and victory. Identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects back to identity. In fundraising, including each step makes the ask compelling. Completing the cycle advances the donor's hero story. Let's look at the ideas underlying each step. Original identity connects to challenge. In other words, I am the kind of person who makes gifts like this. Why? Because of my people. In other words, people like me make gifts like this. Because of my values. In other words, giving to this cause or charity fits my values. Because of my story. In other words, giving to this cause or charity fits my life story. Victory connects to enhanced identity. In other words, I want to be, or be seen as, the kind of person who makes an impact like this. Why? Because of my people. In other words, this impact helps or is supported by people like me, or people with me. Because of my values. In other words, my values make this impact meaningful to me. Because of my history. In other words, my life story makes this impact meaningful to me. Challenge connects to victory. In other words, the gift will make this tangible, visualizable impact. The tightening spiral. In Socratic fundraising, the donor tells his story, but the goal is to get the donor to tell his story about these steps: identity, challenge, and victory. The steps in this story cycle aren't just a one-time process. They're an ongoing, repeated, circular narrative. Socratic fundraising progresses from general to specific. The circle becomes a spiral. It moves from broad to narrow. The process can start with wide-open, sweeping cycles. This might first elicit the donor's identity elements. This includes people, the donor's family and affiliations; values, the donor's beliefs and principles; and history, the donor's key life story elements. Questions can connect these identity elements to giving, in other words, the challenge, and to impact, in other words, the victory. This completes the circle. It connects identity, challenge, and victory. Then the circle becomes smaller. It connects these identity elements with a specific cause or charity. Then the circle becomes smaller. It connects these identity elements with a specific project or work within the charity. Then the circle becomes smaller. Just before the ask, the proposal reviews and confirms each step in the cycle. Finally, the smallest circle is the challenge phrase itself. The ask itself references each step in the cycle. The process is like a tightening spiral or mandala. The three-step cycle is our guide: identity, challenge, and victory. If our questions are building these three connections, they're advancing the story. Otherwise, we're just making conversation, step by step. The compelling challenge requires these three links. Socratic Fundraising can help. It can build these links through the following steps. Step 1, justify asking questions. Step 2, ask questions that connect with the donor's identity, original identity connects to challenge, and define a personally meaningful victory. Victory connects to enhanced identity. Step 3, ask questions that make the challenge. First, justify asking questions. For example, I'm interested in your story. I need your help or advice. I can help or advise you. Second, ask questions that connect with the donor's identity and define a personally meaningful victory. 1. Ask opening questions. 2. Ask follow-up questions. 3. Ask confirmation questions after reflective statements. And 4. Spot solutions while repeating these steps. The final step is to ask questions that make the challenge. 1. Ask for permission to ask. 2. Connect the gift with the full story cycle. Restate and confirm the identity connections. Original identity connects to challenge. Victory connects to enhanced identity. Make the case for support. Challenge connects to victory. 3. Ask for the gift. These theory concepts show up in real-world practice. They match the questions that the best fundraisers often ask. Next are about 200 examples quoted from top fundraisers. Please refer to the print version for citations to each quotation. Use these verbatim or create your own. But the key is to understand the cycle. There isn't just one magic question. Different questions work for different people at different times. Questions become powerful when they're part of the full story cycle. They're not just random conversation. They move towards a destination. They advance a story. They advance the donor's hero story. Part 1. Identity. The following are examples of opening questions and phrases. These connect the donor's original identity, history, people, or values, with the charity, the cause, or philanthropy. Identity, life, history. For example, cause or charity origin story. When did you first get interested in this cause? Would you mind telling me how you became connected to the organization? How did you first find out about us? What first brought your attention to our organization? How did you first get involved with the organization? How did you get connected to this organization? Can you tell me what brought you to this charity in the first place? How did you get, or come to be, involved with our organization? How did you decide to first start supporting ABC Charity? What first made you interested in supporting this hospital? What got you started as a donor to this organization? What led you to make your first gift to the organization? Identity, life, history. For example, philanthropy origin story. Where did you learn to give? How did you learn to be generous? What is your first memory of when you knew it was important to give back and help those people or organizations in need? What is your first memory of an act of generosity? Identity, life history, for example, school or camp origin story. What are your best memories of your time at ABC Charity? What experiences were most meaningful to you during your time as a student? What were your favorite moments as a student? What's your favorite place on campus? What was the best thing about your experience at our school? Did you participate in any activities while a student? Tell me about your favorite faculty member. Identity, life history. For example, post-origin story, journey. Tell me about your journey since you graduated from the university. Tell me about your journey since you were first diagnosed. Tell me about your journey since you first became involved in this cause. Identity, life history. For example, cause or charity life history review. How has this cause or charity been important in your life? Tell me your ABC Charity story. How has this cause or charity impacted your life? How has the organization's work affected you personally? What have been your past experiences with the organization? If you were to tell others about your care at the hospital, how would you describe it? What have been your most positive experiences at our charity? What is the most meaningful experience you had through your involvement? Identity, people. For example, cause or charity people connections. Have others in your life been affected by this cause? Is there anyone in your family who also cared about this cause? How has this charity impacted your family or loved ones? Have any of your family members or close friends been involved with our charity? Is your giving your decision, or do you decide together with someone else? What is their connection to this charity or cause? Do you have a favorite doctor or staff person at the hospital? Do you know any of our leaders, board or committee members, staff, volunteers, or other supporters? Identity, people. For example, philanthropy, people connections. Did your parents or other family members support any charitable causes? Can you tell me a bit more about who taught you to be generous or where your generous spirit comes from? When you were young, was there anyone whom you considered a role model for giving? Who are your philanthropic role models? Identity, values. For example, values underlying giving motivations. What inspires you to give? What inspired you to make this gift? What inspired your first gift? Broadly speaking, what is your rationale for charitable giving? What inspired you to create your donor-advised fund, private family foundation? How does giving reflect your values, your feelings, and your aspirations? Identity, values. For example, values underlying causes supported. Tell me about a few other causes you support. Why do you support them? Would you mind telling me about the causes that are most important to you? Do you typically give to the same nonprofits each year? Why do you support them? Where else do you give and why? Where does this charity fit in your overall philanthropic priorities? Where does our charity fall on your list of charitable priorities? Identity, values. Values attributed to others. What do you think are the most important factors to donors who make a major gift to our institution? What is the single most important reason that you believe someone would support the project? How can we make giving to this charity more compelling for other donors? Identity, open-ended. History, people, or values. For example, connections. Do you mind if I ask, what is your connection to our mission or organization? How could we connect with you better? How would you like to be more involved? Is there any area within the organization where you could see yourself becoming more involved? Identity, open-ended. History, people or values. For example, why us? Why do you give to this organization? Why do you support us? What's motivated you to be such a consistent supporter of this charity? Why have you been such a loyal donor? Why have you been so loyal? Why does what we do interest you? Why do you serve on X committee? Why does this cause matter to you? What's the key thing that persuaded you to join our cause? Why do you care so much that you would sacrifice your precious time and invest your limited dollars to move this mission forward? When you think about programs such as ours, what motivates you to support them? I understand you haven't supported our cause significantly in the past. Tell me more about that. Of all the charities you could support, why do you support us? Side note, a caution about why. In the previous questions, we often want to learn why. But using this word is risky. Why, or why did you do that, can feel like an attack. It's what we say when a person has done something stupid. It can cause defensiveness. So be careful with this word. Where possible, consider a substitute. Part 2, victory. The following are examples of opening questions and phrases to define a meaningful victory. Victory. Defining the broadest victory. For example, global victory. What changes do you believe would make the world a better place? If you could change the world, what would you do? How would you like to make a difference in this community, in this world? Victory. Defining the broadest victory. For example, legacy victory. What would you like to pass on to future generations? As you look out to the future, what is the legacy you would like to leave? What positive difference do you want to make? Victory. Defining a giving victory. For example, no limits victory. If there were no restrictions on you, what would you like to do philanthropically? In the best of all possible worlds, what would you do to support our charity? If you could do anything for this charity, if the sky was the limit, what would that look like to you? If money were no object, what would you like to see happen with our program? If money were no object, what would we be doing that we're not doing now? If money were no object, what kind of impact would you like your giving to have? What would be your dream gift? Victory. Defining a giving victory. Or, for example, overall victory. What change do you want to see because of your giving? What do you want to achieve with your charitable donations? What do you hope to achieve with your philanthropy? What would you ultimately like to accomplish with your philanthropy at our charity? What are your goals for your donor-advised fund, private family foundation? How long do you want it to last? What are you trying to accomplish with your philanthropy, and how might we help? As you think about making a difference with your philanthropy, what appeals to you most? What kind of impact would you like to have on this cause or these beneficiaries? Do you have any lifetime charitable goals? Tell me about those. What would you like to accomplish with your money, your giving, your philanthropy in this cause or at this charity that would be meaningful to you? Victory. Defining a giving victory. For example, single gift victory. What are your goals for this gift? What kind of impact do you want to make with your gift? If the donor has a current scholarship, endowment, etc., ask, what kind of impact do you ultimately want it to have? Have you thought about how you would like your planned bequest gift to be used? A year from now, how would you know that you made a wise move with your philanthropic investment in us? If you were going to make a significant investment in the hospital, a gift in the $1 million range, what would you like to accomplish with that gift? Victory. Defining an organizational victory. For example, organizational change victory. If you could change anything to better this charity, what would it be? You've been such a loyal member of the ABC Charity family and have supported ABC Charity's mission for so many years. What are your dreams for where you'd like to see ABC Charity go in the future? What are your long-term hopes for our charity and its mission? If you had the ability to enhance or expand ABC Charity's mission in a specific way, what would it be? What could we do to be more effective in the future? Where do you think we could improve our services or programs? Are there any thoughts you'd like me to take back to share with our CEO, president, or executive director? What are the most critical results you expect our organization to produce? What could we do better, in your opinion? If you could change anything about this organization, issue, or project, what would it be? If there was one thing you could change about our charity today, what would it be? Victory, defining an organizational victory. For example, organizational interest victory. What areas of this charity are you most interested in? What interests you personally about the problems we are addressing? What excites you the most about our organization's work in the world? What means the most to you personally about what ABC Charity does? What were your impressions of the tour? What intrigued you most? Is there a particular program, project, or area of outreach, scholarship fund, award, etc., that interests you most? If you were to make a significant commitment, is there a particular area you would want your gift to support? Based on what you have told me about your experiences, memories, wishes, etc., if I can help you find a way, what at our nonprofit would you most like to support financially? Victory, defining an organizational victory. For example, organizational strengths victory. What do you think we do best? What do you think is the best thing about what our nonprofit does? What contributions to the community does the organization make that are important to you? What's the most exciting thing you've heard about our institution recently? Victory, defining a victory with gift options. For example, victory with a single gift option. What do you think about this opportunity? What is most compelling to you about the project? Could you ever see yourself being involved in a project like this? Or, after an event describing a project, ask, what were your impressions of the event? Victory, defining a victory with gift options. For example, victory with a menu of gift options. Which of these projects would be most meaningful or important to you? If you had to choose between making a gift toward the new building, the scholarship fund, or our endowment, which would you select? Why? If you could have your family's name on something like a building, scholarship, lectureship, what would be most meaningful to you? Or, after outlining the various projects to be funded by a campaign, ask, if you had the money to fully fund any one aspect of the project, what would it be? Victory, defining a victory with gift implications. For example, personal implications. What if this goal was accomplished? What would that mean to you? What would it mean for you to make a personal impact in saving or extending the lives of women living with breast cancer? What would it mean for you and your family to have an enduring impact in improving cancer therapies while assuring your own family's financial future? What are your thoughts about naming facilities or programs after benefactors? But what about you? How would you feel about associating your name with this project? Does your philanthropy give you joy? What philanthropic gift has given you the greatest joy? How? What makes giving a rewarding experience? Victory, defining a victory with gift implications. For example, community implications. Why do you think this project is important to the community? What would the world look like in 10 years if the women who died of breast cancer last year hadn't? How would families and communities be different because of the accomplishments those women would have made? Victory, defining a victory that would overcome a barrier. What would have to happen for you to say yes to a gift request, invitation to serve, etc.? So, yes, I do understand why you stopped supporting us. What can we do to bring you back into the fold? What would motivate you or your business to invest in a nonprofit organization? Victory. Defining a victory with past giving. Tell me about some meaningful gifts that you have made. How do you know when you have made a good gift? Share a couple of examples of good gifts with me. Why do you feel they were good? I understand you made a significant gift to X at our institution a while back. How do you feel about how we used your funds? When you look at all of your giving, be it time or money, what captures your heart and your attention? Part 3. After the opening. Follow-up questions. Opening questions start the conversation, but the conversation needs to continue. Follow-up questions can help. These can be open-ended. For example, would you tell me more about that? How do you mean? How so? How did you feel about that? How did you feel when that happened? What happened next? Really? Tell me more. What else? Can you give me an example of that? What led you to that? Even better is when the questions are reflective. This shows you've been listening. Reflective follow-up questions include, tell me more about blank. What happened after you blank? What's an example of blank? How does blank fit into the picture? Reflective summary and confirmation question. The donor has been talking. Hopefully we've been listening. We've been listening for links that connect to a challenge. We've been listening for identity connections. We've been listening for victory connections. In the next step, we summarize and confirm the donor's connections. The goal isn't just to show we've been listening. It's to highlight these connections for the donor. This happens in 3 steps. Step 1, reflective transition. For example, so what you're saying is blank. It feels like you are blank. It sounds to me like blank. So you're thinking about blank. So what I'm hearing is blank. I'm picking up that blank. I'm noticing that blank. So your experience has been blank. I'm getting the sense that blank. I think what I heard is that blank. Would I be correct in saying that blank? So you're saying that blank. Step 2, reflective statement. Summarize, highlight, or repeat key statements that support a connection. Step 3, confirmation question. Do I have it right? Is that it? Is that right? Is that what happened? Does that sound right? Am I getting it right? Is that the right idea? Spot solutions. We've been listening. We've been identifying connections. We've been confirming those connections. Now, we match these with donor experiences or gift options. Consider possible experiences. What experiences would strengthen these connections? Are there particular programs, areas, or projects that match? What employees, beneficiaries, or other donors should they meet? Consider possible gift options. What peers should be present at the solicitation? Are there giving instruments that match? These might include scholarships, endowments, virtual endowments, charitable trusts, memorial gifts, estate gifts, or other complex instruments. Ask for the next step. Typically, initial conversations don't end with a donation request, but they do end with a request. This might simply be a request to share the next experience. For example, can we set a time so I could show you one of our facilities? Do you think you have time for a tour sometime in the next 2 weeks? Would you be interested in attending this event? I think you would be a fantastic addition to our board, committee, or group. What are your thoughts on that? Part 4, challenge. The final step moves towards and then makes a compelling ask. The following are examples of questions and phrases that do this. Ask for permission to ask. At some point, things progress to a fundraising ask. But the ask shouldn't be a surprise, at least not for any significant request. This isn't an ambush. Instead, we want permission. We want permission to present an ask. The ask, however, is described in terms that highlight value. We don't just want to ask for money. We want to share helpful options. Example phrases include, would you be open to exploring ideas to blank? Would you be interested to hear more about how you could blank? Would you like to hear about some possible ways to blank? We would like to show you some ways that you could blank. Would you be open to hearing some of these ideas? My job is to put together personalized options for you to consider. Would you mind if we set up a time to look over some of those ideas together? The options we want to share are valuable. They might address problems or barriers for the donor. Example phrases include, what if it was possible to make a gift and still address financial objection? Would you like to hear about these options? If we could show you a way to blank, would that be of interest? There are simple ways to blank. Would you like to know more about those? Can I tell you about a gift option that would blank? The options we want to share are useful. Other people, like the donor, agree. Example phrases include, others in your situation have blank. Would you like to hear more about how this works? You remind me of another donor. Do you mind if I share her story? She was able to blank. Is that something that might be useful for you? Some of the people I meet with are interested in hearing about ways to blank. Is that something that might interest you? Others who share your feelings have established perpetual funds here as a way of giving back to dear old state. Would you like to hear more about setting up such a fund, perhaps in honor or memory of a beloved family member? Once we get a yes, we just need a date. Example phrases include, would your calendar allow us to meet this Thursday or next Tuesday? How does next Tuesday work for you to meet? The ask meeting. Fundraising needs an ask. But the fundraising ask shouldn't be just a naked challenge. It should be part of the full story cycle. Identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects back to identity. The challenge comes from the donor's identity. It leads to a meaningful victory. The victory is meaningful because it connects with the donor's identity. The ask or proposal meeting presents this full cycle. It will describe and confirm the donor's identity connections. Identity connects to challenge. Victory connects to identity. The case for support then shows challenge connects to victory. This step may use a formal proposal document. It will answer, why is the project needed? It will define a victory. Why now? It will show the challenge comes from a threat or opportunity that forces a choice. How exactly will it work? It will show how challenge connects to victory. What's it going to cost? It will define the challenge. Make the story cycle ask. Finally, the ask itself can present the story cycle one last time. Step 1, identity connects to challenge. Step 2, victory connects back to identity. Step 3, challenge connects to victory. Step 1, identity connects to challenge sentence. You have describe a connection with the donor's identity. Step 2, victory connects to identity sentence. You understand. Describe how the victory would be meaningful to the donor. Step 3, challenge connects to victory sentence. Would you consider a gift of blank dollars to describe the promised victory? Then be silent. An ask might sound like this. 1. You have been a friend of this library for over 20 years. 2. You understand how a new regional history collection would preserve our shared heritage. 3. Would you consider a gift of $50,000 to lead the campaign to make this a reality? Or 1. You have done so much to improve care for others since your own diagnosis with breast cancer. 2. You understand how lives could be changed by offering free early screening. 3. Would you consider a gift of $100,000 to help fund next year's screening clinics? Or 1. You have always had such a heart for supporting the arts in this community. 2. You understand how this new exhibition could make a real impact for art lovers and the whole city. 3. Would you consider a gift of $50,000 as our lead campaign donor to make this happen? Or 1. You have been such a loyal alumnus of this department since you graduated years ago. 2. You understand how important scholarships are in giving students the chance for an education. 3. Would you consider a gift of $100,000 to fund a permanent, named scholarship to help others like you become proud alums in the future? Conclusion. There may not be one magic question. Use whatever works for you. But there is a magic journey. It connects original identity to a challenge, the challenge to a victory, and the victory to an enhanced identity. The magic journey is the hero's journey. It's also the donor's journey. Questions can help advance that donor-hero's journey. Chapter 3, Socratic Fundraising Permission. Can I ask you a question? The missing piece in the story. A novel can have a perfect story, but it will still fail without one thing. The reader must turn the page. It's easy to miss this small act of permission, but without it, the story stops. Traditional interruption marketing overlooks this step. Instead, the view is, we've got a great story. All we need is to get it out there. In this approach, advancing a story is measured in impressions, ad buys, or reach. That can work, but even more powerful is permission marketing. Permission in Socratic fundraising. Suppose we're at a social event. We start talking about our great charity. How long can we do that? Pretty much forever. We can just keep talking and talking. What if instead we ask a question? How long can we do that? That's up to the other person. After we ask a question, we stop talking. The next step is theirs. Socratic fundraising requires permission. The donor must participate. He must agree to answer our questions. This is true in all types of long-term relationship sales. The classic text on these sales, spin selling, explains there are many good ways to open a call, but the common factor of most good openings is that they lead the customer to agree that you should ask the questions. You want to establish your role as the seeker of information and the buyer's role as the giver. Permission before Socratic fundraising. Often, we need permission even before this. Asking questions works great if we're already having conversations with donors. Events, meetings, and tours can be great openings to talk. But what if we aren't having those meetings? In that case, we've got to get permission for a meeting. This isn't a proposal meeting. We aren't asking for a gift. And make sure the donor knows that. This is a discovery meeting. We want to ask questions. We want the donors to say yes to a meeting. We want them to say yes to answering our questions. How do we get there? Monomyth motives. The one big thing in fundraising is always the same. Advance the donor's hero story. In the donor's hero story, the fundraiser is the guiding sage. She helps the donor complete the hero's journey. She connects the donor's original identity with the cause, organization, or project. Original identity connects to challenge. She presents a challenge that promises a victory. Challenge connects to victory. The victory results in an enhanced identity. This is external, reputation, or internal, meaning. Victory connects to enhanced identity. The motives can be different for each of the 3 steps. The first uses a social motive. The donor's life story, people, and values link to the cause. Original identity connects to challenge. The second uses an impact motive. The challenge promises a victory. Challenge connects to victory. The third uses an honor motive. The victory brings the hero external and internal honor. Victory connects to enhanced identity. At each step, the fundraiser helps the donor. She helps the donor complete the journey. She provides value as a guiding sage. This uses a value motive. How can we justify asking questions? How can we get the meeting? Using these same motives can work. For example, 1, I'm interested in your story. This uncovers original identity. It uses a social motive. 2, I need your help or advice. This reflects a prestige identity. It uses an honor motive. This also promises a victory. It uses an impact motive. 3, I can help or advise you. The fundraiser acts as the helpful guiding sage. This uses a value motive. Let's look at each of these approaches in detail. Approach number 1. I'm interested in your story. So, tell me about yourself. This is natural for a social setting. I share a bit about my story. I ask about their story. This approach says, I'm interested in you. Tell me more. This appreciative inquiry makes conversations fun. It's what friends do. But this can also focus on fundraising topics. It can ask how their story connects with the charity or cause. But it doesn't have to start there. General questions about a person's life can help too. Such rapport-building questions can help show interest. They can help build relationship. This opens the door for later fundraising questions. This can also be a reason to meet. It might be general. For example, I'm in your area and want to get better acquainted. Or it can be fundraising specific. For example, every donor has a story to tell about how they got connected with this organization. I want to hear yours. Or, I'd love to sit down with you to learn more about you and how helping our furry friends became a priority for you. Or, our blank anniversary is coming up. We're putting together a collection of stories from donors about how this charity has been important in their lives. We found these stories often inspire others to support the cause. I'd love to meet with you and hear about your experiences. In each case, the motive is social. That's why it's a visit, not an appointment. The purpose is, I'm interested in your story. Barriers to appreciative inquiry. This approach isn't just a trick. To work, your interest must be real. There's a reason why successful fundraisers are called curious chameleons. For questions to work, they must reflect real curiosity. They must express genuine interest. That means a question isn't simply a launching point for a sales pitch, a way to force agreement, or an excuse to immediately ask for money. The sales pitch problem. We've all had conversations like this. The other person asks a question, but he isn't really interested in the answer. He just wants to talk about what he wants to talk about. The question is just a pretext. It's an excuse. That's bad. What's worse is when the question is a launching point for a long sales pitch. It's like the cliché Amway sales guy. You might ask a question, but he's not actually being social. He doesn't care about your answer. He just wants an excuse to launch into a block of interruption marketing. The forced agreement problem. Sometimes ignoring the answer starts even before the sales pitch. It starts with a question that forces agreement. For example, do you want a peaceful and prosperous town? Should people care about the destruction of our natural environment? Do you want to make $300 a day online by clicking a button? These are questions, but they aren't legitimate. There's no sense of actually being interested in the other person or their response. This is like giving a prepared line, then saying, right? The fast money problem. Even a good question feels bogus if it's immediately followed by a financial ask. This timing ruins the question. It feels like a setup, not an expression of authentic interest. This is why charities should never ask for money in a donor survey. Some charities struggle with the idea of any mailing that doesn't ask for cash. But in this case, it's a bad idea. The immediate ask delegitimizes the questions. It creates the feeling, you didn't actually care what I thought, you just wanted money. Conversations can eventually lead to a challenge. But it's important not to jump to the end of the journey. The goal of each step is only to get to the next step. Approach number 2. I need your help or advice. I need your advice, student version. Over the years, I've taught thousands of university students. For most, the scariest challenge is getting their first real job. I encourage students to go to professional conferences and network. But how do they turn networking into a job? I start with the adage, if you want advice, ask for a job. If you want a job, ask for advice. Why does this work? Because when a student asks for advice about entering a field, it gives honor. It says, you know something important. It promises impact. It says, you can change my life. It shows what's important to the employer. It asks, how can I become your ideal candidate? I need your advice, fundraiser version. This approach can also work for fundraising. Asking for advice can be powerful. It gives honor. It promises impact. It gets the donor to define what they think is important. Asking for advice gives honor. It says, you are important. I care about your opinion. You know important things that I don't. Asking for advice also promises impact. The question implies a need, a gap in knowledge. By filling this gap with wisdom, the donor can make a difference. Finally, asking for advice shows what's important to the donor. He will happily describe how his ideal charity ought to behave. Following up later with a challenge that matches this vision can be powerful. Why do you need my help or advice? Asking for advice can be powerful, but the desire for advice must be real. It's important to answer the question, why? Why do you need my advice? Some reasons are, I'm new here. We have a problem. We have an idea. You're in charge. I need your advice because I'm new here. One of the easiest ways to get donors to answer questions is when the person asking is new. Got a new dean, a new executive director, a new development director, a new fundraiser. It's time for a listening tour. Go see donors. Ask for advice. The new guy justification is obvious. It's compelling. It provides honor, it promises impact, and it allows the donor to explain what's important to him. I need your advice because we have a problem. Nothing motivates advice giving better than a good problem. There are many problems donors can give advice about. Maybe budget constraints mean only 1 of 3 projects can be funded this year. That's a good reason to ask donors about the importance to them of each project. Maybe the number of new people joining the Legacy Society has dropped. That's a reason to ask for donor opinions about helping in this way. One of my favorite stories from planned giving marketing illustrates this. A charity's attempts at planned giving seminars had all failed. Finally, in frustration, they decided to ask their donors for advice. They held a donor focus group about the problem. Why won't anyone come to our seminars? The donors gave advice, but along the way, quote, the participants, in order to give advice about workshops on planned giving, had to ask questions about CRTs and CGAs, and as they listened to our explanations, they learned what these acronyms stood for and how they could indeed benefit the charity as well as themselves and their families. What happened? The charity got planned gifts the next day from donors in the focus group. The fundraisers explained, thus, like a scientist who discovers a cure unexpectedly, we had inadvertently found our answer where we least expected it. The best venue to teach people about planned giving was not a workshop or a seminar, but a focus group on why no one seems willing to learn about planned giving by attending the workshops. Success came when they stopped lecturing and started asking. Asking was justified by a real problem. I need your advice because we have an idea. Instead of a problem, the justification might be an opportunity. We have an idea. We need your advice. For example, we've been exploring the possibility of opening a new center near you. A few questions have come up. Would you be willing to share your thoughts on this? This also justifies questions in a campaign feasibility study. This says, we have a plan, but it depends on donors like you. So we need to know your thoughts about the plan and your interest in supporting it. I need your advice because you're in charge. Some donors might be able to fund an entire project, but every donor is part of the group that controls the charity's donations. That makes their voice important. Beyond this, donors might have formal authority. They might be trustees. They might be in advisory groups. In any case, treating them as if they're in charge permits questions. It justifies asking for advice. As before, these also work as reasons to ask for a meeting. For example, we need to get your take on something. We need to get feedback on an upcoming project. We need to tell you about the project and get your good counsel and advice as to what steps might be taken next to move the project forward. We need to get your feedback on a recent study related to this organization. Approach number 3. I can help or advise you. The third approach leads with value. One definition of permission marketing is when customers agree, opt in, to be involved in an organization's marketing activities in return for value offered. Why should they meet with us? Why should they answer our questions? Because we provide benefit. We can help them. In the donor's hero story, this is the role of the guiding sage. The guiding sage provides wisdom and advice, delivers magical instruments to help in the hero's journey, introduces the hero to friends and allies who can also help. Leading with value is powerful. One study asked nearly 3,000 people what they most wanted to read about on their favorite charity's website. The share definitely interested in reading more was 3% for gift planning, but 20% for other ways to give smarter? What did they expect to see when clicking on each phrase? The answers were nearly identical for both. The expected information was the same. So why was interest 6 times greater for the second phrase? Because it led with value. It was about helping the donor. Who at a charity would people ask for help with donating stocks? One study asked over 3,000 people this question. Job titles indicating "I help donors" were attractive. People were 3 times more likely to say they would definitely contact a Director of Donor Advising or Director of Donor Guidance than a Director of Advancement. Helping donors isn't limited to technical advice. Maybe it's, I help people plan out their gifts and the impact they want to make. Or, I help donors give smarter. A job description can provide yet another reason to meet. If my job is to meet with donors, this also implies I need your help. If donors won't agree to meet with me, I can't do my job. Leading with value works. I can help works. It justifies the fundraiser asking questions. It justifies the donor answering those questions. Blending reasons to meet. Meeting just to update the donor might not promise value, but the right phrasing can build this impression. For example, I want to update you on the many exciting things happening at the organization. I think you'll be amazed and impressed at the impact of your gifts. The truth is, I couldn't do it justice on the phone. I have a feeling this is something you're going to be interested in, and I have some photographs and material I want to share with you. You're going to find this important. Or, the update might be just one of many reasons to meet. For example, you've already been generous to this charity, and I want to thank you and learn more about your connection to our services. We have some long-term plans for the new project, and I'm thinking you might appreciate a preview. I want to thank you in person for your past support and better understand your experience working with our organization. And I'd like to share some aspects of our work that you might not be aware of. I'm calling to thank you for your recent gift. You've been a longtime supporter of our organization, and we're reaching out to women like you to ask your opinion of some of our future plans. I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you in person and to fill you in on what's happening here. Would you be available to meet with me for lunch next week? Of course, many reasons to meet can be blended even without an update. These approaches by Catherine Swank stack reasons together. I'm calling to introduce myself. My role here is to get to know our donors and personally thank them for their support of our work. You've been very generous to us in our work. I would like to have the opportunity to find out more about why you give and get your opinion on how we are doing in your eyes. Would it be possible for me to set up a time to meet with you for 30 minutes or so? I'm new to the organization and to the area, and hope to meet as many loyal donors as is possible in the next few weeks. The president has suggested that you would be a very important person for me to meet. I'm hopeful that you might have 30 minutes in the next 2 weeks to meet me for breakfast, lunch, or another convenient time. Nope. Sometimes we still get a no. When this happens, we want to know why. Uncovering the objection then allows for a response. The response should, number 1, affirm the concern and the person. Then, number 2, cite others' solutions. Examples might sound like this. Objection. I don't like people coming to my house. Response. I understand. Many people I meet with feel just like you do. They like to meet at a coffee shop, or I could just pick you up and take you to brunch. Would your calendar allow us to meet Thursday at 10:30 in the morning? Objection. I am very busy right now. Response. I understand. This is often the case with our most important donors like you. Many prefer a quick meeting of just 15 to 20 minutes. I don't know when I'll be in your area again, and I bet your schedule stays pretty busy most of the time. Shall we try for 15 to 20 minutes on Tuesday morning at 10:15? I'll bring 2 cups of fresh coffee, listen fast, then let you get back to your day. Objection. I can't give more, so it would be a waste of time. Response. I understand. Many friends who've been with us as many years as you have are in the same situation. That's not a concern. This meeting isn't about a gift. I just want to... But even our best responses will sometimes get a no, and that's okay. There are many ways to continue to build connections. We can invite them to an event or a tour. We can call to thank them for their 3rd or 5th or 10th year of giving. We can make a personal video with a phone reporting the impact of their gift. We can call to ask for opinions and advice. These lead to conversations. Conversations lead to relationships. Relationships change yesterday's no into tomorrow's yes. Conclusion. When it reflects authentic interest, Socratic fundraising is powerful. It can connect the donor's identity with the cause or charity. It can uncover a personally meaningful victory. Ultimately, it can deliver value to the donor. But it starts with permission. It starts with, "Can I ask you a question?" Chapter 4, Socratic Fundraising Backstory. Questions that connect with the donor's identity. Beginning the narrative arc. If there is one key rule in storytelling, it is this: the main character must want something. This motivation starts with backstory. In backstory, we learn who the main character is. We learn about his people, values, and history. This is his original identity. Later, we'll learn his goal. This is the victory. An inciting incident will force a choice. This is the challenge. It will force a choice to go on a journey to pursue that goal. But this pursuit is compelling only because we know why the goal is important to him. The goal must link to his people, values, and history. It must connect with his backstory. If there is one key rule in fundraising, it is this: the donor must want something the charity can offer. This motivation starts with the donor's backstory. In backstory, we learn who the donor is. We learn about his people, values, and history as it relates to the cause. This is his original identity. Later, we'll learn his philanthropic goal. This is the victory. A compelling ask will force a choice. This is the challenge. It will force a choice to make a gift to pursue that goal. But this pursuit is compelling only because the donor knows why the goal is important to him. The goal must link to his people, values, and history. It must connect with his backstory. Openings. No story can be a powerful fundraising story until it becomes the donor's story. This happens when the donor identifies with the story's people, values, or plot. Questions can help. Questions can uncover connections with the donor's identity. The donor's identity comes from the donor's backstory. It comes from the donor's history, life story, people, family and identifying community, and values. Questions or prompts can link the charity or cause with this identity. For example, tell me about your connection to this charity. How has this cause been important in your life? Have others in your life been affected by this cause? Questions can explicitly connect with origins. For example, When did you first get interested in this cause? Is there anyone in your family history who also cared about this cause? This can even inspire monomyth framing. The origin connections become the starting point in the donor hero's journey. For example, tell me about your journey since you graduated from the university. Tell me about your journey since you were first diagnosed. Tell me about your journey since you first became involved in this cause. This might look like simple information gathering. And yes, that does happen, but the questions are important even if we already know the answer. The questions are powerful because the donor is answering them. Restating a connection or belief strengthens it. This encourages actions that match. In fundraising, this encourages donations. Does it work? Let's look at some experimental results. Experiment 1. In one experiment, some people were simply told about causes. They read, "Charity includes organizations supporting causes such as environmental conservation, cancer research, animal welfare, international relief for the poor and needy, and youth activities." Others were instead asked questions. They were asked to rate the importance of the causes. They read, "Please rate the importance of the work of charities in the following areas: environmental conservation, cancer research, animal welfare, international relief to the poor and needy, and youth activities." The response scale was from 0, absolutely no importance, to 100, absolutely the greatest importance. Did asking questions make a difference? Yes. The likelihood of donating to the American Cancer Society was 17% for the first group. It was 26% for the second. For the National Breast Cancer Foundation, the increase was from 15% to 23%. For UNICEF, it went from 12% to 17%. For CARE, it went from 9% to 14%. For YMCA, YWCA, it went from 11% to 16%. For all 10 charities tested across all 5 cause types, the outcome was the same. The likelihood of donating always went up. Questions worked. Experiment 2. In another experiment, people were asked to donate to conserve the environment, but some were first asked an identity question. They were asked to describe ways in which they would have a positive impact on future generations. Those people donated nearly 50% more. Why? Further analysis gave the answer. This question increased concern for what future generations think of me. It increased interest in leaving a positive legacy or mark on society. The question highlighted the importance of one aspect of the donor's identity. That aspect connected to the charitable cause. Environmental conservation has a positive impact on future generations. As a result, donations increased. Experiment 3. A later experiment tested willingness to donate to the Nature Conservancy. Some were first asked about their desired future identity. This was like the prior experiment. Others were asked about their life history with conservation. Still others were asked about family connections to conservation. Donation likelihood went up slightly for the future identity questions, more for the life history questions, and even more for the family connection questions. However, it went up the most for those who were asked all 3 sets of questions. Each type of identity connection helped encourage the gift. Questions worked. More questions worked better. Bequest experiments. Linking with the donor's identity can also work with bequest gifts. One experiment searched for the best description of a charitable bequest gift. It tested 24 different descriptions in 4 iterative rounds. Nearly 10,000 people responded. The description most likely to trigger giving was Make a gift to charity in your will to support causes that have been important in your life. This description links values, important, life history, important in your life, a cause, causes that have been important in your life, and a gift to support causes that have been important in your life. A neuroimaging study found similar results. People were asked about making bequest gifts to different charities as, quote, autobiographical visualization, close quote, increased, so did intentions to make the gift. The neural signature for life story connections predicted bequest giving intentions. A qualitative study found similar results. It interviewed people with charitable bequest plans. It asked them why they picked those charities. The answer? These charities linked with their life stories. Life story reminiscence can be powerful, but it's most powerful during older ages. This is when major lifetime or legacy gift decisions are often made. In another experiment, people increased bequest gift intentions when asked about family member connections to the cause, and a tribute or memorial bequest gift honoring the family member. This worked for all 30 charities tested. These came from 13 different cause types. In all these experiments, the answer was the same. Linking the charity or cause with the donor's identity, history, people, or values worked. A compelling story starts with backstory. It starts with identity. Social norms experiments. One of the most powerful messages in giving experiments is the social norm. This is the message that people like me do things like this. It shows that the donor's community supports the values, the charity, and the donation. It connects the gift with standing in the community. It connects the gift with the source of the donor's identity. The social norm works. But experiments show one thing works even better: asking questions about the social norm. One field experiment asked people to give to a local child relief charity. With just this request, 48% gave. Others were first told that 2/3 of people in the country gave to charity last year. In this group, 61% gave. This is the social norm effect. Before being told this, another group first answered a question. They guessed the share of people who gave to charity last year. In this group, 78% gave. Asking worked better than just telling. In one lab experiment, people could choose to give to other players or not. There were 3 groups. In the normal group, 1/3 chose to give. In a second group, people first answered a question. They guessed the share of others who had given in the previous games. In this group, 2/3 gave. Asking about others' giving actions doubled giving. In a third group, people first answered a different question. They guessed the share of others who had said that people should give. In this group, 72% gave. Asking about others' giving beliefs more than doubled giving. Another lab experiment found the same effect for donations to charity. In giving decisions, social norms are powerful, but here too the same rule applies. Asking works better than telling. The magic of follow-up questions. The opening starts the conversation. It asks about a connection with the donor's history, people, or values. But the real power comes in the follow-up questions. Follow-up questions ask the speaker to elaborate. Generic versions include, how do you mean? What else? What happened next? Really? Tell me more. Even better is the 2-part follow-up question. The first part asks for elaboration. The second part reflects something the speaker just said. This shows interest and active listening. Tell me more about blank. What happened after you blank? What's an example of blank? How does blank fit into the picture? Reflective communication isn't just about words. James Gillespie explains, it often helps to match or mirror your pitch, inflection, and rate of speech with your prospect's voice patterns. Ann Melvin adds, be conscious of matching the donor's body language and word choice. I'm an energetic, fast speaker, but I slow my speech down and lower my energy level to match that of a donor when necessary. Follow-up questions and reflective communication work. They elicit information, but they do more. They show we care. Follow-up questions in research. Many experienced fundraisers will say, it's all about relationships, and that's often true. But how can we make this happen? Research provides some insights. Questions can help. People who elicit personal information are better liked. This is particularly true in long-term relationships. Several experiments showed people who ask more questions, particularly follow-up questions, are better liked by their conversation partners. This even works for dating. One experiment found speed daters who ask more follow-up questions during their dates are more likely to elicit agreement for second dates. Questions can help. But in experiments, not all questions worked. Introductory questions didn't do much. These were questions like, hey, how's it going? Questions that switched topics could actually hurt. These were questions like, Person A, I am working at a dry cleaners. Person B, what do you like to do for fun? Socratic fundraising involves questions. But these are questions from active listening. They are questions of appreciative inquiry. They are follow-up questions. Researchers explain. Follow-up questions seem to have special power. They signal to your conversation partner that you are listening, caring, and want to know more. People interacting with a partner who asks lots of follow-up questions tend to feel respected and heard. One early study called those skilled at eliciting information openers. How were such people different? On personality scales, they scored high in perspective taking, sociability, self-esteem, and awareness of one's own thoughts and feelings. In conversation experiments, these openers behaved differently. Researchers found, in addition to being more receptive and attentive, high openers may also actively elicit more disclosure from their partners by asking more follow-up questions. Follow-up questions work. They elicit information. They build relationships. But the fundraiser is not just being friendly. The fundraiser is the guiding sage in the donor's hero story. The questions have a point. The point is to connect the donor's original identity with the cause or the charity. This is the first step in the donor hero's journey. Why the first step isn't enough. This first step reminds donors of their connections to the charity. This encourages support. But this, by itself, will never motivate a major gift. Why not? Consider this. Suppose a donor loves our charity, so he donates $100. Great! But how can we motivate a gift of $1,000? Can we make the donor love our charity 10 times more than he already does? Probably not. Instead, we need to move beyond just connecting the donor to the charity. To get the rest of the gift, we need the rest of the story. We need to uncover a personally meaningful victory. We need to find a victory that is worth 10 times more to the donor. How? by asking questions. Chapter 5, Socratic Fundraising, Foreshadowing. Questions that uncover a meaningful victory. A compelling fundraising challenge will connect with the donor's identity. This begins with backstory. Backstory connects the cause, charity, or project with the donor's history, people, or values. This encourages giving. But for larger gifts, we need more. We need a challenge that promises a victory. And not just any victory. We need a victory that is personally meaningful for the donor. We need a victory that delivers an enhanced identity. And how do we discover this? Socratic fundraising can help. The ultimate victory question. There are many victory questions. An open-ended one is this. What would you like to accomplish with your money that would be meaningful to you? This question is powerful. It connects challenge, your money, victory, accomplish, and identity, meaningful to you. This one question contains the full story cycle. It really says, tell me your ideal donor hero story. Asking this question can be powerful. When it works, it quickly identifies a compelling outcome for the donor. It gives the fundraiser the precise parameters for the perfect ask. But it doesn't always work. Giving an accurate answer can be difficult. Many will respond, I don't know. Others might say, I'll have to think about that. Or the answer might be something the charity can't do. Other types of victory questions can address these issues. Narrowing the victory question to giving. Another version restricts the answer to philanthropy. It asks, what would you like to accomplish with your giving that would be meaningful to you? This question avoids answers like, providing a secure future for my family. That is a meaningful thing a person can do with money, but it's not usually something the charity can offer. The trade-off is this. This version changes the financial reference point for the challenge. It doesn't bring to mind the big bucket of your money. It references only the small bucket of your giving. Another version lightens the question. It asks, what would you like to accomplish with your giving? This question is easier. The donor can define a victory without contemplating the meaning of life. The trade-off is this. Meaning questions are hard questions, but they're powerful questions. The ultimate benefit from donating is enhanced identity. This is meaning, private, or reputation, public. The typical use for more money, more consumption, houses, cars, holidays, can't deliver meaning. In sales terms, meaning questions lead with product benefit. Narrowing the victory question to giving here. Other versions restrict the story to one cause or charity. For example, what would you like to accomplish with your giving in this cause? What would you like to accomplish with your money at this charity that would be meaningful to you? The original question fits broad mission charities. A community foundation can accommodate most any cause. So can a large research university. But many charities represent a narrow cause. Triggering a conversation about an unrelated charitable passion might not be helpful. The trade-off is this. The question narrows the scope of the relationship. It can imply, I'm not your life advisor, I'm not your wealth advisor, I'm not even your philanthropy advisor. I'm only here to talk about my organization. This may feel more efficient, but it also limits the possibility for a broader conversation. These more comprehensive discussions are powerful. They can lead to larger gifts. Challenges for open-ended victory questions. Open-ended victory questions can be powerful, but they require a lot from the donor. He must know a lot about himself. He must know a lot about possible projects, and he must fit both together to form a compelling goal. But even if the donor identifies his ideal victory, there's another problem. This doesn't work unless the fundraiser has the power to ask for that gift. In many charities, that's just not reality. Getting such a proposal approved wouldn't be merely difficult, it would border on offensive. Charity managers can think, why isn't this fundraiser out getting unrestricted cash? Doesn't she understand we are supposed to make the decisions? Doesn't she know we are the experts? Doesn't she realize we are the heroes here? Now what? What if the fundraiser doesn't have this kind of freedom? What if the donor doesn't have this kind of insight? Moving to the victory menu. Menus can be powerful in fundraising. They provide clear, simple, attractive options. Each option has a specific price. Making an ask becomes less risky. If it doesn't match, it's right next to other options. Menus make decisions easier. They make the outcomes obvious and visualizable. They're powerful. They're easier for the fundraiser. Menus contain pre-approved options. Although ordering off-menu may be possible, it's rare. A victory menu is narrower than an open-ended victory question. But Socratic fundraising is still possible. One experiment showed this. People read about 15 charity projects across 5 causes. This is like an example menu. Half were also asked to rate the importance of each project. This is like a Socratic menu. Everyone was then asked about making unrestricted gifts. Across 10 charities tested, the likelihood of giving averaged 15% for the simple menu group and 21% for the Socratic menu group. Asking preliminary questions made the menu more powerful. Defining victory after the legacy gift. Socratic fundraising leads up to a challenge. But what if the donor has already decided on a gift amount? What if he's already made the gift? Is it too late? Not necessarily. This is a common issue in legacy fundraising. Often, the charity learns of the gift only after it's planned. A donor joins the Legacy Society, or he fills out a survey revealing the charity is in the will. That's great. But what if we want to know, how much is it? Can it be more? These are relevant fundraising questions, but they're also potentially offensive. Imagine a family reunion. Great Aunt Rose mentions to her nephew, I just want you to know I've included you in my will. The nephew responds, That's great, Aunt Rose, thank you. Just so I can plan out my future budgets, could you tell me how much I'm getting? And would you consider increasing the amount? That feels a little uncomfortable, right? Yet this is the position of many legacy fundraisers. They want to get credit for the gift amount. They want to make it bigger. The planning for the future excuse is common, but it's a little odd. The charity doesn't know when the donor will die. By then, the estate or the gift may have changed. Sometimes the excuse is about reaching campaign goals. Still, even this may leave some donors unmoved. Socratic fundraising suggests another approach. Help the donor define a personally meaningful victory. After thanking the donor for the gift, this can start with a question. For example, have you thought about how you would like your gift to be used? This can lead to conversations about the impact of different gifts. The fundraiser might even share a story about another donor. For example, the reason I ask is that you remind me of another donor. He was also, reference a personal similarity. He also cared about, reference shared values. He set up a gift in his will to create a permanent endowment. He named it after his mother. The endowment described the impact and the cost. The donor learns about gift options. Of course, options have prices. The prices justify talking about the planned gift amount. The prices can also lead to an increase in the gift. Now, there is a reason to give more. Starting with a larger example gift can help. The donor's reactions will reveal details about the planned amount. If the price is too high, follow up with less costly options. Defining victory after the current gift. This approach isn't limited to legacy fundraising. Cliff Wilkes explains, if they have a current endowment or gift, I'll ask, what kind of impact do you ultimately want to have with your scholarship, endowment, etc.? This has opened the door to some meaningful conversations on ways to give, led to larger gifts than what was originally discussed, increased giving to current funds, and led to several planned gifts. Helping the donor to define a meaningful victory is powerful. This is true before the gift decision, but it can also be true after the initial gift decision. Victory implications. Increasing the benefit. Questions can uncover a meaningful victory. This makes for a compelling gift, but they can do even more. They can increase the importance of that victory. How? By asking questions about the victory's implications. For example, what if this goal was accomplished? What would that mean to you? This references values. Why do you think this project is important to the community? This references people. You mentioned that your grandmother also cared about this cause. What would she have thought about this project? This references people and life story. The questions get the donor to describe the victory's results and meaning. They help the donor connect the results to his people, values, and life story. This highlights the enhanced identity benefits from donating. Victory implications research. A meaningful victory delivers donor benefit. Implication questions can remind donors of these benefits. They can get the donor to confirm and restate them. One experiment tested the effects of doing this. It first asked some people about these personal benefits. It asked, in your opinion, to what extent can making monetary donations give a sense of fulfillment and personal gratification? 1 equals not at all, 9 equals very much. It then asked, according to some, making charitable donations can give a sense of fulfillment and personal gratification. Several reasons can be found for this feeling. Being aware of providing for the community, having a clear conscience, being on the right side, doing a good deed, resting peacefully, not feeling guilty, etc. In your opinion, what are the 3 main reasons people could be fulfilled when making donations? These questions worked. Asking them increased willingness to donate. The questions highlighted positive implications from giving. This increases giving. Conclusion. The universal hero story begins in the main character's original small world. This is the source of his original identity. He is then faced with a call to adventure. It promises the hope of a victory. He eventually accepts the challenge and wins the victory. He returns as a transformed, internal, and honored external hero. Original identity links to challenge, links to victory, links to enhanced identity. Powerful fundraising includes the same elements. The compelling fundraising challenge links back to the donor's original identity. It promises the hope of a personally meaningful victory. It moves the donor through the hero's journey. Questions can help. They can help connect the challenge to the donor's original identity. They can help uncover a personally meaningful victory. They can highlight the enhanced identity resulting from the victory. They can advance the donor's hero story. Chapter 6. Socratic Fundraising Setting. Is this the land of wealth sharing? The one big thing in fundraising is always the same. Advance the donor's hero story. That's the right story. But for major gifts, we need one more element. We need the right setting. Major gift setting. Is this the land of wealth sharing? In a story, setting matters. Setting creates expectations. It defines appropriate behaviors. Are we in a fantasy realm? Then we're open to fantasy events. Are we in the Old West? Then we expect Old West things. The story should match the setting. A John Grisham legal thriller won't include zombies. A Zane Grey Western won't have a magical elf. In fundraising, setting matters. Typical gifts come from disposable income. They're in the category of regular, daily, or weekly expenditures. This is a small reference point. This creates small comparisons and small gifts. A story in that setting will never lead to a major gift. A major gift doesn't fit the setting. It's like a space alien landing in a Danielle Steele romance. Major gifts are different. Of course, they're larger, but they're also different in type. Major gifts are not gifts from disposable income. Major gifts are gifts of wealth. To advance a major gift story, we need the right setting. We need to be in the right world. We need to answer the question, is this the land of wealth sharing? Establish the setting. The major gift story is set in the land of wealth sharing. How can a fundraiser establish that setting? It starts by talking about wealth. But this is Socratic fundraising, so this means getting donors to talk about their wealth. It means getting them to talk about their businesses or investments. How does talking help? First, just reminding people of their wealth is powerful. This, by itself, encourages sharing. Second, it can reveal capacity. It can uncover assets. Third, it can reveal plans. It can show plans to buy or sell, acquire or retire. These assets and plans create opportunities. The fundraiser can share stories of what others, like the donor, have done before. She can provide creative solutions. She can deliver value. The fundraiser archetype. In the universal hero story, a guiding sage helps the hero. The sage gives advice, planning, and guidance. The sage introduces the hero to friends and allies. The sage provides a magical instrument or weapon. These help the hero complete the journey. The effective fundraiser can be the guiding sage for the donor's hero story. She knows wise friends and allies. She knows technical experts. She knows donors who have made complex gifts before. She has magical instruments that can help with the journey. She knows about gift instruments and agreements. But not every instrument works for every journey. Not every ally is helpful for every hero. Socratic Inquiry reveals what fits each hero's specific journey. The guiding sage asks questions in order to help. Major gifts are set in the land of wealth sharing. For major gifts, the guiding sage fundraiser should ask about assets. But it's uncomfortable. These conversations require talking about wealth. But many fundraisers are uncomfortable with this. They aren't wealthy themselves. Often, they aren't wealth experts. So the topic can feel a little scary. How can you overcome this? First, think of the goal as social, not financial. Suppose your job was to build relationships at a Star Trek convention. How would you prepare? You might want to learn a little about Star Trek. Why? Because it's what the other person cares about. It makes conversations easier. Wealthy people are interested in wealth. Building and managing wealth is a big part of their lives. You might want to learn a little about the topic. Why? Because it's what the other person cares about. Maybe you think tax law sounds like Klingon, but you can still learn a little. You don't have to become a leading expert. The point is just to make conversations easier. The right destination. A request to share options. Fundraisers may fear financial conversations. What if you say the wrong thing? What if you give bad advice? A conversation can feel like a scary pop quiz. These worries come from an underlying error. They come from having the wrong destination in mind. We want to ask wealth and asset questions. We want to have wealth and asset conversations. We want to spot solutions where some option might be helpful. But the goal is not to quickly give the right answer. The goal is this: get permission to share options at the next meeting. Phrasing the request to share options. It might sound like this. You remind me of another donor. He was in a similar situation. I remember he used some creative planning. It avoided taxes and helped him make a big impact. Would you mind if I put together some ideas for you to look at? This phrasing can be powerful. It shows that people like the donor have done things like this before. You remind me of similar situation. It leads with value, creative planning, avoiding taxes, big impact. It asks for permission to share more value. Put together some ideas. It asks in a way where the desired answer is no. Saying no feels safer. It's usually the less risky status quo response. Would you mind if I... Introducing the ally. If the fundraiser isn't comfortable presenting a proposal, that's okay. The guiding sage fundraiser introduces the donor hero to a friend and ally. This ally helps advance the donor's journey. One fundraiser shares this phrasing. I can't tell you the ins and outs of a CRUD, but I would be happy to introduce you to someone who can. I've been told that this instrument offers ways to maximize your giving, minimize income taxes, and provide a degree of flexibility in your financial situation. Is this something you'd be interested in? Others suggest, you mentioned that you are going to pass the business to your kids. Do you know there are some ways you can do that that will actually save you money on the transaction by being charitable? On my next visit, I'll bring our specialist in that area so we can talk about it in more detail. In either case, the goal is not to be quick with a solution. The goal is to spot an issue and get the next meeting. Only then does the fundraiser or an ally present valuable options. The power of delay. The right destination is to get the next meeting. Creating this time delay is important. It keeps the initial conversation social. It separates the conversation from any financial ask. It gives time to build creative options. It makes those options feel more valuable. An off-the-cuff answer is more easily dismissed, even if it's right. This delay also gives the donor time to think. The donor knows the meeting will show asset-giving options. This moves the donor's mindset into the land of wealth sharing. The more time the donor spends in this setting, the more likely a major gift becomes. In story terms, the goal is to create an epic scene. The guiding sage delivers the perfect weapon. The weapon gives the hero confidence to take the journey. A great scene requires some build-up. It requires some anticipation. In practical terms, it requires the next meeting. The partial reveal. Having expertise can help. As knowledge increases, the ability to spot issues also increases. But expertise can also hurt. Instantly giving the whole answer short-circuits the process. Delay is valuable. If we know the solution, a partial reveal is fine. It can create interest and attraction. This is also true in seduction. A partial reveal works better than just walking around naked. But make clear there is more to the story. If pressed, try to defer. For example, I want to talk with some of my technical folks first. That way you'll get all the best options. But I know there are some attractive possibilities here. Having the right destination changes things. It reduces fundraiser stress. It gives time to consult experts and build solutions. With this goal, even failures can be valuable. Failing forward. Suppose we make an error. We think we spot an issue. We think we see an opportunity. But we later find there isn't a solution. If we get the next meeting, we can still win. We can still present other powerful options to the donor. Suppose we present options and the donor says no. This failed meeting can still lead to great success. We've shared useful options. We've provided value to the donor as a guiding sage. We've established our role in the donor's story. The donor may say no. The hero may at first reject the call to adventure. That's okay. That's part of the story. But in the hero's story and in life, things change. Setting is a place and a time. Setting is a place. For the major gift, that place is the land of wealth sharing. But setting is also a time. The time for wealth sharing may not be today. It may be when an investment or business is about to be sold. It may be at the end of life. It may be when a new project arises at the charity. The road to a major gift is often long. Major donors tend to plan their finances well in advance. But asking about gifts of assets lays the groundwork. It prevents lost opportunities. After a sale, many options are lost forever. It prepares for moments of windfall gains, when generosity is easiest. It prepares for life events that trigger estate planning. It keeps the donor thinking of assets as donation relevant. Maybe we didn't get the gift today, but the donor learned about new options. He saw what others like him have done before. He started a journey in a new land. He spent time in the land of wealth sharing. Let's get started. We know the destination. We know the reasons why. But how do we get there? How do we even get started? What are the words and phrases? The next chapter looks at this. Chapter 7, Socratic Fundraising Wealth Scripts. Questions that lead to gifts of assets. Let's talk about wealth. We want the donor to talk about assets. Why? Because, number 1, it creates a setting of wealth sharing. Number 2, it uncovers capacity for a major gift. Number 3, it reveals opportunities for creative solutions. For example, a donor is planning to sell an appreciated asset, is not planning to sell appreciated stocks, is getting ready to retire, has a big income spike, can't use tax deductions, has kids who don't want to take over the farm or a vacation home, has estate tax issues, has wealth tied up in illiquid assets. Number 4, It leads to the next meeting that shares these creative options. Major gifts are gifts of wealth, not disposable income. To encourage these gifts, we need to have wealth conversations. How do we do this? How do we talk about wealth? More importantly, how do we get the donor to talk about their wealth? Strategies from research. For some, their wealth is a sensitive topic. How do we get people to open up about a sensitive topic? Research suggests 2 useful approaches. Number 1, start social, then follow up. This says, I'm interested in your story. Number 2, make questions part of another task. This says, I can help you, or I need your help. Start social, then follow up. Starting with simple social language often works best. Social emotional language encourages sharing. Formal transactional language does not. Social phrasing also tends to elicit more information. Researchers tested different methods of asking sensitive questions. They found that people are more forthcoming when you ask questions in a casual way rather than in a buttoned-up official tone. A social conversation about the donor's wealth might start simple. How's business? How's the market been treating you? The magic comes from the follow-up questions. These show we care. We care about the things the other person cares about. Most wealthy people care about their wealth. They care about their business or investments. Showing a shared interest through follow-up questions helps build relationships. It can also reveal opportunities where the fundraiser's expertise provides value. Tell me a story. Past, present, and future. Assets have stories. Questions can lead the donor through their asset story. The asset story progresses through past, origins of the asset, present, what's happening now, and future, future plans for the asset. This progression helps the donor to talk about their assets, but it also leads to fundraising conversations. Suppose the future plan is to sell. Giving before the sale can create tax and even income benefits. Suppose the future plan is never to sell. Charitable estate planning then becomes key. A sequence of questions might include: past, what's the story of your business? How did you get started? Present, what are you proudest of? What are you most excited about at the current time? Future, what are your future plans for your business? Future sale or transition? What will that mean to you? Have you thought about using the sale or transition of your business as an opportunity to achieve some of your charitable goals in addition to your financial goals? Future estate transfer. I know there are some smart ways to avoid taxes for people like you who want to include a gift to charity in their plans. Have you ever considered that? The asset need not be a business. For example, the conversation might begin, are you a collector? Art, stamps, coins, etc. What is the story? How did you get started? Do you invest in real estate? How did you get started? Where do you vacation? Do you own a home there? How has the market been treating you? What is your investment philosophy? What's the best investment you ever made? Tell me that story. The questions advance the story from past to present to future. The punchline is the future. The future conversation can lead to questions about giving. This might include, have you ever considered making gifts with assets instead of cash? Most donors giving at your level use appreciated assets instead of cash because they get a double tax benefit. Have you ever considered giving in that way? How questions. In Socratic fundraising, we often want to know the why. We want to uncover connections to the donor's people, values, and history. But in the wealth conversation, We instead want to know the how. We might ask, "You've done so much for this charity. What allows you to be so generous?" Dan Rice explains, "Usually we stop at asking the donor what motivated them to make the gift. We want to ask a very different question. How were you able to make this wonderful gift?" Such conversations can transition to a discussion of wealth and assets. For example, Jay Steenhuisen suggests, "What makes it possible for you to make this generous cash gift? Have you ever given something other than cash to a charitable organization? Are you planning to sell something this year that is worth more than you paid for it?" Reverse questions. Another Socratic opening doesn't start with a question. It starts with a statement that triggers a question. For example, a common social question is, "What do you do?" Suppose you answer, "I help people give weird assets to charity," or "I help donors give smarter." The statement triggers a question. What's the weirdest asset someone has given? How do you help donors give smarter? This gives permission for you to share a story. In the story, your advice helps someone like the donor. They benefit by giving an asset instead of cash. The story establishes the fundraiser's credibility as a guiding sage. The story ends with a question about the donor's wealth. For example, have you ever made any unusual investments? Have you ever been hit with capital gains taxes? These questions open the wealth conversation. It continues through follow-up questions. Follow-up questions. There are many ways to start a wealth conversation, but the real power comes from the follow-up questions. As the conversation continues, planning opportunities emerge. For example, have you ever made any unusual investments? Yes. Ask about it. Has it gone up in value? The capital gains taxes for collectibles are high. This makes charitable options more attractive. No. Ask about it. So, do you like stocks or bonds or something else? Have you ever been hit with capital gains taxes? Yes. Ask about it. That must mean you were good at investing. Tell me what happened. No. Ask about it. That's smart. It's good to avoid those as long as you can. Do you think that might be a problem in the future? Notice a person can also signal they don't own any appreciated assets. This is useful information. Wealth is held in appreciated assets. It's not held in cash. It's not held in checking accounts. Usually, those without appreciated assets aren't wealth holders. They aren't likely to be major gifts prospects. Learning this is helpful. Many paths, one destination. The conversation can take many directions, but the goal is to spot opportunities. Appreciated assets are ideal. Income goals can be important. Estate planning concerns create opportunities. Tax issues are perfect openings. All of these can emerge from the follow-up questions. They can all lead to the same destination, asking for the meeting to share options. For example, this reminds me of another donor's situation. I remember he used some creative planning that avoided taxes, created income, provided for family, and it made a big impact at the charity. Would you mind if I talk to some of our experts and put together a few ideas for you to look at? Make questions part of another task. Sometimes we can be blunt. As an estate planning attorney, I asked blunt questions to clients. What real estate do you own? Who's on the title? What's it worth? Stocks? Bonds? Bank accounts? Any children? Any by a prior marriage? These questions aren't clever. They aren't social or storyfied. Yet, people answer them. If even a close friend asked the same questions, it probably wouldn't have a good outcome. But here, it works. Why? Because we are there to get a job done. The questions are secondary to the task. Making questions secondary to a task works. It works especially well for sensitive information. In one experiment, some people were asked directly, "Have you done this behavior?" Others were instead given two sets of options. "If you have ever done this behavior, how unethical do you think it was?" Or, "If you have never done this behavior, how unethical do you think it was?" The task was collecting opinions about ethics. Admitting the behavior was secondary. In this secondary approach, people were almost twice as likely to admit making a false insurance claim, cheating on a tax return, or lying about income. Fundraising tasks. In fundraising, we aren't trying to get people to admit improper acts, but we may want them to tell us about their assets. And for some, that's also sensitive information. But we can also make these issues secondary to another task. The task may relate to a philanthropic barrier. These conversations can start with a question like, "What's holding you back from reaching your charitable goals?" Financial solutions might vary. They might include a multi-year pledge, an estate gift, or a complex trust. But first, we want to get agreement on the task. This might come from a question like, "What if it was possible for you to make a gift and still accomplish your financial goals? Would you mind if I shared some of those options with you?" Other tasks can also start such conversations. The first goal is still to get agreement on a task. For example, you mentioned that you are going to be passing the business on to your kids or selling your practice. Would you be interested in charitable options that may save you money on your transaction? Or, you have been so generous to this cause in the past. Would you be interested in learning how to give more at a lower cost by using the best assets for the gift? After agreeing to a task, things change. Now, questions can be blunt. For example, how do you give? Through a company? A private foundation? Do you normally give appreciated assets? How is your business structured? Is it difficult to get profits out due to tax concerns? Do you have any life insurance policies you no longer need? The fundraiser becomes a helpful advisor for an important task. Information sharing then comes naturally. Use a menu. Another approach asks for reactions to a menu of asset-giving options. In conversation, this might sound like the following. "I help donors like you to give smarter. Usually this involves gifts of stocks, real estate, businesses, life insurance, or retirement accounts. The tax benefits can be much larger. Have you ever considered giving something other than cash?" Or, "What's your favorite form of giving? Have you ever considered other types of gifts like," include the menu here. "What options would you be interested in knowing more about?" A survey, response card, or website might do the same. Donors could check or click to receive information. For example, checkbox, how to save taxes with gifts of stocks or bonds. Checkbox, top tax tips for gifts of real estate. Checkbox, tax-smart giving from a retirement account. Checkbox, giving smarter with closely held businesses. Checkbox, how to avoid estate taxes with charitable planning. Requesting the information reveals the assets. It also creates opportunities for further conversations. We can ask donor opinions in person or in a survey. First, we justify the questions. Maybe we need help with a problem. For example, we've noticed that other charities receive more of their gifts from stocks, bonds, and real estate. We're trying to figure out why. Or, we've recently seen a drop in people saying that they've included us in their will documents. We're trying to figure out why. Next, we ask for permission. Would you mind if I ask a few questions about your thoughts on this? Then, we ask for opinions. What's the likelihood you would ever consider making a gift of stocks or bonds, a gift of real estate, a gift in a will, a gift of cryptocurrency, artwork, or oil rights? What have you heard about the extra tax benefits from donating assets instead of cash? What about leaving estate gifts from an IRA or 401k? Change the setting after the decision. The right setting for major gifts is the land of wealth sharing. Sometimes we can establish that setting shortly before a gift. Sometimes we establish it years before. But what if we're too late? Even then, there are options. Chirian Koshi shared this story. I had a donor on the phone. He said, "I'm going to send you a check for $2,000. I said, "Jim, is there any chance that you have stock that is worth $2,000? He said, "Yes, absolutely, but I don't want to sell that stock." I said, "Take the cash, go buy that exact same stock, then send us the old shares worth $2,000. Now you have stepped up basis. That highly appreciated stock now starts at 0 for capital gains tax purposes, and you get a charitable deduction as well." He asked, "I can do that?" I said, "Yeah." The next day, we received a stock gift of $10,000 from the donor. Maybe the donor mentions he has included a gift in a will. Johnny Hayes suggests this question: "If you plan to leave something to charity in your estate plan, could I share with you a way to make sure the best assets are used for the gift to minimize the loss in taxes?" Maybe a donor has already made a pledge. Appreciated assets are an ideal way to fulfill it. This conversation can even be scheduled right after the commitment. For example, "I can't thank you enough for this tremendous commitment to our charity. When I come back to finalize the details of how you want to allocate the gift, I'll bring a colleague who specializes in putting together gifts to maximize the tax benefits for you." Knowing versus doing. It's easy to understand the idea. We want donors to make gifts of wealth, not disposable income. This changes the setting. It changes the reference point. It transforms giving. But actually doing it, that can be daunting. Chirian Koshi explains, "You intervene in the process and actually stop and say, 'No, I don't want your cash.' I know that's scary, folks. I get it. But this is what you need to do. What this really means is being the donor's helper in this conversation." The gift or pledge was already secured, and we interrupt that process. That's not what salespeople do. And that's the point. We reject the cash to help the donor. We take on more administrative hassle to help the donor. We provide guidance, wisdom, and counsel. We serve as the donor's guiding sage. We advance the donor's hero story. We guide them in a journey, but it's a journey set in the land of wealth sharing. Chapter 8. Asking to ask in Socratic Fundraising. Can I show you some options? Before the ask, one step remains. Asking for permission to ask. The request is to present a challenge. This is the proposal for support. Getting permission first is important. It puts the donor in control. It sets the stage for the ask. The phrasing should present this as the next natural step in the conversation. For example, I'd like to work with a few others at the charity to put together some options that match what we've been discussing. I think you'll be interested. I'd love to get your thoughts on what we come up with. Would you be open to that? Or, I've been thinking about our past conversation, and I want to share with you in person some gift opportunities that are right in sync with what we've been discussing. How does next Tuesday work for you to meet? Or would you be open to that type of conversation? Can we sit down in a month so that I can present a formal proposal of support that aligns with your passions for the school and what we talked about today? I'd like to meet with you in the next week or so to continue our discussion on how you can make a real difference with the organization. I have a few ideas that I'd like to share with you in person. Providing value. This phrasing emphasizes value. These value words include ideas, gift opportunities, investment opportunities, conversation, and proposal. The request is to present a proposal, but these are meaningful, valuable options. This isn't leading to just, "Can I have some money, please?" That's an experience people prefer to avoid. Sharing personalized, thoughtful, detailed opportunities is different. It can provide real value. In the donor's hero story, the proposal is the call to adventure. This monomyth proposal will review connections with the donor's identity, people, history, and values. Make a giving challenge that promises a visualizable victory, and demonstrate how this victory will deliver meaning and honor. This proposal is valuable. It presents a compelling option. It promises a meaningful victory. It advances the hero's journey. Completing the hero's journey delivers an enhanced identity. It delivers meaning and honor. Using value words for the proposal isn't just a trick. It can match the donor's actual experience. It can match the donor's story. The power of delay. Asking for permission to ask does something else. It creates a scheduled delay. This delay accomplishes several things. First, it allows more time for donors to think. The identity and meaningful victory questions are deep issues. More time can help. Larger financial decisions aren't just instant impulse choices. They can require more thought. More time can help. In one experiment, people were asked to make either a small, less than $1, or large, $100 donation. Some were asked to first reflect on the decision during a 60-second delay. Others could answer right away. Adding the delay had no effect on the small gift decision, but it more than doubled willingness to make the large gift. Adding time for contemplation was critical for larger gift decisions. Another experiment showed this in a different way. Donation options were $5, $100, and an open-ended blank. Some had to respond quickly. Others had to reflect during a 60-second delay. The delay had no effect on the likelihood of giving, but it dramatically increased the share of people who made larger gifts. Adding time for contemplation was critical for larger gift decisions. A delay accomplishes something else. It separates the conversational questions from the ask. The financial request doesn't come right away. This preserves the social context of the initial conversations. Finally, a delay can increase perceived value. Options that take time and effort to construct feel more valuable. Scheduled delay. Introducing a delay can be powerful, but we don't want to just indefinitely postpone a decision. We want to schedule it. Time is still critical. Deadlines are still motivational. For example, we've already received financial commitments from 100% of the board, but before launching our public campaign in 3 months, we need to work with our leading supporters like you. Your decision will be critical in convincing others to join the campaign after we go public. Or, I'd like to share some ideas that you could consider before the end of the tax year. The power of the preliminary yes. Asking for permission with a delay triggers another behavioral reaction. People tend to predict they will help. This prediction is higher than the actual help they would have given if asked immediately. This is no surprise. A prediction doesn't cost anything, and we all like to view ourselves positively. But here's where it gets weird. Once people make this prediction, they then change their future behavior to match their prediction. Getting people to first predict their actions increases helping. This happens in experiments with blood donations, volunteering, voting, recycling, and buying environmentally friendly products. This also happens in fundraising. It helps explain the power of feasibility studies. These ask people to predict their future giving. The initial prediction is not a commitment. It doesn't cost anything. It's just a conversation to help with planning. But the future prediction can then influence actual giving. In one experiment, some university alumni were called and asked questions, including, if you were contacted by your high school or college and asked to donate money, would you do so? Others were asked only unrelated questions or no questions at all. A few days later, the university's fundraising phone campaign contacted everyone. Among those who were not asked to predict their giving, less than a third gave. Among those who were asked for a prediction, half gave. And on average, they donated 70% more than those who weren't asked for a prediction. Getting permission to make the ask does the same thing. It makes the donor consider what they might do in the future. They consider this prior to an actual commitment. When they're later asked to actually give, the gift becomes more likely, and it becomes larger. Major gifts require time. We don't have to ask for permission. We could just ask for the gift. If the request is minor, there's no need to wait. People will make these small social compliance gifts if asked, but they also tend to avoid these requests. The donor might disappear. If we're asking small, we should do it now. We might not get another chance. But that's not how major gifts work. Major gifts are not an impulse purchase. Major gifts require thought. They require planning. They require time. One fundraiser shares, if someone doesn't need to stop and think, it's not really a major gift. Gerald Panis adds, the chances are almost certain you won't receive a meaningful answer or a consequential gift on the first visit. If you do, odds are you could have gotten more. Naomi Levin shares, the quicker you ask, the less money you will receive. How long is the process for a major gift? Experienced fundraisers typically say about 1 to 3 years. This will include 4 to 6 meetings or moves. Time for story. But just waiting for time to pass won't lead to a major gift. Meetings and donor experiences can help, but they must advance the story. These moves must lead to a compelling fundraising challenge. They can connect the organization, cause, or project with the donor's history, people, or values. They can demonstrate the organization's ability to deliver impact, meaning, and recognition. They can support the full donor hero story process. Original identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects to enhanced identity. Fundraisers often describe the process in terms of building trust or relationship. A compelling challenge does require trust. Many organizations promise a victory, but few actually deliver that experience to the donor. Fewer still deliver a donor experience that enhances meaning or reputation. A guiding sage can help in the donor's journey, but there is always a risk that the guide is a counterfeit. She may abandon the donor before the hero's journey is complete. She may simply be a jester who quits at the punchline. Relationship can increase trust against such donor abandonment. Next step. Trust, relationship, and permission are valuable, but these alone won't create a major gift. They simply support the ask. In a narrative arc, the ask is the inciting incident. In the hero's journey, it's the call to adventure. This is the critical story point where the main character must choose. It's the point in the donor's hero story that we'll look at next. Chapter 9. Socratic Fundraising's Call to Adventure. Making a compelling ask. Making the ask can be the scariest part of fundraising. Setting up social events is great fun. Being friendly with others is enjoyable. Talking about their interests is comfortable. But asking for money? That's hard. Many fail simply by avoiding this critical step. So, how do we do this? What are the magic words? Let's start at the beginning. Theory. The one big thing in fundraising is always the same. Advance the donor's hero story. The universal hero story, called the monomyth, includes specific steps. The hero, 1, begins in the ordinary world. 2, is faced with a challenge, the call to adventure. 3, rejects, then accepts the call and enters the new world. 4, undergoes ordeals and overcomes an enemy. 5, gains a reward or transformation. 6, returns to the place of beginning with a gift to improve that world. This hero story progresses through original identity, step 1. This connects to challenge, steps 2, 3, and 4. This connects to victory, steps 4 and 5. This connects to enhanced identity, steps 5 and 6. In 3 words, the monomyth cycle is identity, connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects back to identity. The fundraising ask is the call to adventure. It presents the challenge. It's the point where the prospective hero is given a choice. Stay in the ordinary, small, self-focused world. Reject the challenge. Or go on an adventure to make an impact on the larger world. Accept the challenge. What is the secret to a compelling fundraising ask? It's this. The challenge must be part of the full story cycle. It must link to the donor's original identity. This comes from the donor's history, people, or values. It must promise a victory. This is a specific, visualizable impact from the gift. The promised victory must enhance the donor's identity. Externally, this is public reputation. Internally, this is private meaning. The story cycle ask. Theory is nice, but let's get practical. How do we ask for money? The compelling ask must be part of the full story cycle. To confirm this, the ask should verify each link. Identity connects to challenge, link number 1. Victory connects back to identity, link number 2. Challenge connects to victory, link number 3. The story cycle ask is as simple as 1, 2, 3. 1. Identity connects to challenge sentence. You have, describe a connection with the donor's identity. 2. Victory connects to identity sentence. You understand, describe how the victory would be meaningful to the donor. 3. Challenge connects to victory sentence. Would you consider a gift of X dollars to describe the promised victory? This might sound like 1. You've been a friend of this library for over 20 years. 2. You understand how a new regional history collection would preserve our shared heritage. 3. Would you consider a gift of $50,000 to lead the campaign to make this a reality? Or 1. You have done so much to improve care for others since your own diagnosis with breast cancer. 2. You understand how lives could be changed by offering free early screening. 3. Would you consider a gift of $100,000 to help fund next year's screening clinics? Or 1. You have always had such a heart for supporting the arts in this community. 2. You understand how this new exhibition could make a real impact for art lovers and the whole city. 3. Would you consider a gift of $50,000 as our lead campaign donor to make this happen? Or 1. You have been such a loyal alumnus of this department since you graduated years ago. 2. You understand how important scholarships are in giving students the chance for an education. 3. Would you consider a gift of $100,000 to fund a permanent named scholarship to help others like you become proud alums in the future? Foolproof. Making this story cycle ask is foolproof. Why? Because we can't do it without the full story. It makes the missing pieces obvious. Suppose we don't know how the donor's story or values connect to the challenge. Step 1 can't happen. Suppose the ask doesn't promise a specific impact. Step 3 can't happen. Suppose we don't know why the gift's impact would be meaningful for the donor. Step 2 is impossible. We can't make this story cycle ask without each part. It's foolproof because it prevents a foolish ask. Of course, the stronger each step is, the more compelling the ask will be. Wheel within a wheel. The hero's journey isn't a one-shot story. It's a continuing, repeated cycle. It arises again and again. Effective fundraising story uses the identity, challenge, victory cycle. It uses this cycle again and again. Like a spiral or mandala, the circle starts wide. Gradually, it gets smaller, clearer, and more precise. The early stages reveal the broad strokes of the circle. Questions can uncover link 1. Identity connects to challenge. For example, tell me about your connection to this charity. How has this cause been important in your life? Have others in your life been affected by this cause? Questions can uncover link 2. Victory connects to identity. For example, what would you like to accomplish with your giving that would be meaningful to you? If the sky were the limit, what would you change at this charity? Each answer makes the story circle a little clearer. It helps the fundraiser pinpoint the compelling challenge. Gradually, the circle takes shape. Cultivation leads to solicitation. This can take place over days or months. The ask is preceded by the proposal. The proposal walks through each step of the circle. It includes the donor's connections to the cause, the charity, or the project. Here is why you care. It paints a clear picture of the victory. Here is the outcome. It shows how the challenge leads to the promised victory. Here is what your gift will do. This circle is smaller. It takes less than an hour. The ask is the final circle. It takes less than a minute, but it still has every element. It makes links 1, 2, and 3. It contains the entire story circle. The guiding sage at the ask. An archetypal character in the hero's journey is the guiding sage. The wise guide helps the hero. She provides guidance, advice, and planning. She provides magical instruments to the hero. She introduces the hero to friends and allies. Often, it is this guiding sage who presents the call to adventure. The sage challenges the hero with a heroic choice. This is the role of the fundraiser. By embodying this primal role, the fundraiser can guide the donor. The nonprofit is the donor's magical instrument. The donor uses it to achieve a compelling victory. At the ask, the guiding sage challenges with a heroic choice. But even at the ask, the fundraiser stays in character. The fundraiser is a guiding sage. The ask is not an argument. It's not a fight. The fundraiser provides guidance, advice, and planning. She comes alongside the donor. Physical positioning at the ask. Even the fundraiser's physical position can match this role. Facing directly across a table is a traditional conflict or negotiation position. A 90-degree angle, such as across a table corner, softens this. The fundraiser can improve either angle by using a focus object. This can be the proposal document. The focus object changes the positioning. It creates a triangle. Even if the fundraiser and donor are directly across from each other, they're both above the proposal. Focusing on the object shifts away from a parallel or conflict position. It shifts to an angled or merging position. The fundraiser will walk through the proposal. She will turn the pages. She will mark on the proposal, circling and underlining. This places the fundraiser in the physical posture of advising. She is explaining. She is guiding. The fundraiser should maintain control of the focus object. If the donor takes the proposal, the fundraiser loses control. The fundraiser loses the physical position of the guiding advisor. Now, the donor interacts only with the document. The triangle is broken. The fundraiser becomes an outsider. The donor can quickly flip through merely glancing at the pages. He can skip to the dollar ask, bereft of the full story. Bad things happen when the fundraiser loses the focus object before the ask. In a less formal setting, a fundraiser might physically walk alongside a donor. She can point to where a project might take place. The focus object might be a room, a field, or a building. There isn't just one magic position. There is instead a magic story. The story is the donor's hero story. Within that story, the fundraiser has a magical role. The fundraiser is the guiding sage. The effective fundraiser fills this role in every way possible. Lead up to the ask. Many experiences leading up to the ask can make it more compelling. They do so by confirming each link in the cycle. These lead-up steps can strengthen connections between the donor's identity and the challenge. This is link number 1. Identity connects to challenge. These lead-up steps can increase donor involvement with the charity's work and people, express gratitude for and remind donors of their past support, reference others like the donor who have made this commitment. The lead-up steps can strengthen connections between the challenge and the victory. This is link number 3. Challenge connects to victory. They can demonstrate the donor's past impact, make the next gift's impact clearer. The lead-up steps can strengthen connections between the victory and an enhanced identity, public or private. This is link number 2. Challenge connects to victory. They can make the victory more visualizable and emotionally relevant, reference others aligned with the donor who support the cause, Show how the victory matches the donor's life story and values. The answer is story. The lead-up techniques can be almost limitless, but the strategy starts with story. It starts with plot and character. It allows the fundraiser to be the donor hero's guiding sage. It advances the donor's hero story. It moves the donor through the cycle of identity, challenge, and victory. A bad fundraising ask won't do this. It might violate the guiding sage's role, or it might skip a link in the story. For example, it won't connect the donor's original identity to the challenge, or it won't make a heroic challenge, or it won't promise a victory, or it will promise a victory that doesn't enhance the donor's identity. Powerful story makes powerful fundraising. The most powerful fundraising story is the donor's hero story. When the ask tells that story, the ask becomes powerful. Chapter 10. Socratic Fundraising After the Ask. Congratulations, you got a no. Disaster. We put in the work. We put in the planning. We carefully execute each step in the cultivation process. We thoughtfully craft and stage the fundraising ask. And finally, we get the answer. And the answer is no. What do we feel? Disappointment? Devastation? Self-doubt? This emotional experience is all too common for fundraisers, and it's bad. These bad emotions can lead to bad behaviors. It can make fundraisers avoid asking. Maybe I'll stay in the office today. Someone's got to choose the fonts for that new branding effort. When they do bring themselves to ask, it can make them ask small and safe. What amount would be easy for this donor? Or it can make them callous. Cranking through enough no's just gets me closer to the next yes. I'm a high-volume sales machine. Just keep asking. Always be closing. Flip the script. But what if the story was different? What if the no wasn't the end of the story? What if the no was an essential part of the story? The universal hero story contains several core elements. The prospective hero always faces a call to adventure. This call says, leave behind the small, self-focused original world. Embark on a sacrificial journey to impact the larger world. And in that universal hero story, the answer to this call is always the same. It's always no. No is the perfect start. Wait, what? How can that be? If the hero says no, the story ends, right? Wrong. The hero eventually does accept the challenge, but this comes only later. First, the hero must reject the call to adventure. Why? The rejection shows that the call to adventure is a serious challenge. It's difficult. If the journey were easy, it wouldn't be heroic. The no is essential to the story. But so is what happens after the no. No is about what happens next. After the no, the effect of a compelling, heroic challenge continues. The ordinary, self-focused world feels a bit less captivating by comparison. Sometimes the hero's circumstances change. Sometimes the guiding sage returns with a more compelling call to adventure. Only then does the no become a yes. The hero's guiding sage might be impressive, like Obi-Wan, Morpheus, or Gandalf. Still, the initial call to adventure is met with a no. But the guiding sage does not disappear. The sage continues to play the role. The sage persists in advancing the hero's journey. In the hero story, the no is not the end. It's just another step. Afterwards, the guiding sage's role continues. The story cycle continues. Well, that's fine for stories, but what does this look like in real-world fundraising? Next steps in the real world. The donor says no, or maybe, or I don't know. Now what? The fundraiser's role doesn't change. The fundraiser is the donor hero's guiding sage. She helps the donor along the hero's journey. The fundraiser's goal doesn't change either. The fundraiser advances the donor's hero story. She continues the story cycle. The next steps continue the role and the story. So they'll sound familiar. They'll sound like the previous steps. The donor says no. What's next? We begin by resuming the guiding sage role. 1. Be silent. Silence creates space for a donor to explain. It implies, I am listening to you. 2. Make a reflective statement. This implies, I hear you. 3. Ask for permission. Asking, can I ask you a question, puts the donor in charge. Permission allows the fundraiser to resume the Socratic guiding sage role. Next, we resume the story cycle. 4. Affirm the story connections. This continues the story. It connects identity to challenge, challenge to victory, victory to identity. It shows why the donor wants to be part of this journey. 5. Diagnose the story barrier. What is keeping the donor from saying yes? 6. Isolate the story barrier. Confirm that this is the only barrier. This turns the no into a contingent yes. 7. Attack the story barrier. Ask for permission to share some options. The options provide alternatives that address the barrier. This isn't a fundraiser-donor conflict. It's not a dispute. It's appreciative inquiry. It's conversation. It's sharing ideas about an external obstacle standing in the way of the donor's hero story. The guiding sage helps. She offers advice. She provides magical instruments. She helps the donor complete the hero's journey. The actual conversation may skip steps or change the order, but the goal is the same. Resume the role and resume the story. Let's look at some example phrases for each step. Part 1. Resume the guiding sage role. 1. Be silent. I am listening to you. After the ask, the fundraiser must be silent. Everyone knows that. But silence also helps after the negative response. A donor says no or I don't know. Don't immediately start talking. Don't fill the void. Just wait and listen. This silence can pull the donor to explain further. Remember, Socratic fundraising requires the donor to speak. 2. Make a reflective statement. I hear you. The donor has spoken. We want to show that we have heard. We do that with a statement that reflects what the donor has said. It shows agreement, or at least empathy. Remember, this is not a dispute. We're all on the same side. The reflective statement is a transition. It can transition back to the ask. It can do this implicitly by going back to step 1, silence. It can do this explicitly by returning to make the ask again, this time with some added emphasis. Or, if the no is final, it can move forward to step 3, permission. These might sound like the following. Suppose a donor says, "That's a lot of money," or "Wow, I don't know." Returning to step 1 means making a reflective statement and then silence. The statement might be simply, "Yes, it is," or "I completely understand. This is a big consideration." Or we can make a reflective statement and then re-ask. This time the ask should add some new emphasis. For example, "I know this is a big challenge. I wouldn't ask, except we need a strong female leader for this project." Or, "I understand. Believe me, we don't ask for this every day. You are one of the very few people we can turn to and ask for this important gift." Or, perhaps they'll say, "That's more than anyone in this community has ever given." And you'll tell the truth, replying, "That's true. But then, this is the most important, largest campaign in our community's history, and a lot of people have given the largest gifts of their lives. I know I did." Each response begins with agreement. This resumes an advising role, not an arguing one. Agreeing that the request is large also matches the story. It highlights the heroic nature of the challenge. Each response is followed by silence. The silence is powerful. It gets the donor to talk. Mark Pittman writes, "You might respond with the phrase like, 'I can appreciate that,' and let the silence fill the air. Watch what happens. Sometimes people just need to hear themselves explain why a gift is so important. It's hard to be quiet at times like this, but it's critical." Once the donor is done talking, we're ready to move to the next step. Once again, a reflective statement can start this transition. Socratic fundraising isn't just about asking. It's about asking, listening, and hearing. The reflective statement shows we've heard the donor. Step 3. Ask for permission. "Can I ask you a question?" The next step justifies asking questions. It might sound like this. "I really appreciate you considering this. I want to learn a bit more about your feelings on this project. Do you mind if I ask you a question?" Or, "Thanks for responding so clearly to my request. I did hear what you said. I don't mean to press you on the matter, but I feel I must ask you a question. Do bear with me." As with other steps, this can be skipped, but asking permission is powerful. It makes the donor feel in charge. It gets them used to saying yes. It creates acceptance for the questions to follow. Part 2. Resume the story cycle. After the no, we've resumed the Socratic role. We've listened, we've heard, we've justified asking questions. Now it's time to resume the story cycle. The story is the donor's hero story. The hero story cycle progresses through original identity, connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects to enhanced identity. Or simply, identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects back to identity. We resume the story by reaffirming the story links. Step 4. Affirm the story connections. We begin the conversation with likely points of agreement. Our goal is to elicit the donor's confirmation of giving motivations. We are coming alongside the donor. We are here to help the donor accomplish something meaningful to him. We might start by confirming the identity connections with the cause or organization. This supports the link of original identity connects to challenge. It might sound like this. You've been a supporter for so long and have done so much. I was certain you felt positive about our work and our vision. Do you still feel that same friendship and support? We might confirm that the gift would make an impact. This supports the link of challenge connects to victory. For example, are you concerned that the organization wouldn't be effective at using this gift to make a difference in the lives of these students? We might confirm the meaningfulness of the gift's impact. This supports the link of victory connects to enhanced identity. For example, I remember the last time we met, you said that it was very important to you that, insert the victory the gift accomplishes. Has that changed for you? Ultimately, we will get to the objection. This may be the price, timing, project, organization, or something else. But first, we want to clarify what the objection is not. This reestablishes the donor's motivation for the gift. This also reframes the objection. The objection then becomes a barrier preventing the donor from accomplishing his goals. The goal might be your named scholarship fund or the joy your gift will bring these patients. The key idea is this. The goal is the donor's goal. The questions reaffirm the donor's connections with the goal. They remind the donor why this goal is important to him. They remind him why this goal is part of his story. Step 5. Diagnose the story barrier. Next, we want to learn the details about the barrier. What's the issue? Is it the cause? The organization? The project? The amount? The timing? We ask questions to learn. But even if we already know, we still ask. We ask because getting the donor to state the barrier helps. It causes the donor to attach the no to the external issue. It's no longer the donor's no, it's the obstacle's no. The guiding sage fundraiser can then come alongside the donor to help. The two can work on this external problem together. As one fundraiser explains, by turning the objection into an objective, you've put yourself on the same side of the table as the other person. Now you both are working together to figure out how to help the donor make the gift. You've taken a possibly challenging problem and made solving it a team effort. The questions can follow the familiar pattern. This starts with open-ended questions. These then lead to reflective statements and follow-up questions. If the objection isn't known, the initial questions might sound like this. Can you share with me the reason or reasons why this is not something you want to do? Or, can you tell me more about why you don't think you can do this? Or, what are your concerns? Or, for a maybe response, what factors are you weighing? Once the reason is known, ask for elaboration. For example, you said you didn't think you could swing that much. Tell me more about that. Is this an issue of timing, other obligations, liquidity, or something else? You said you couldn't do this right now. By right now, what time frame did you mean? Or when would be the appropriate time for us to begin discussing your next gift? Or you mentioned this project just isn't for you. What area of work would you be interested in? Step 6. isolate the story barrier. We get the donor to state the objection. We ask for elaboration. We make a reflective statement. Then we request confirmation that we got it right. But here's the secret. We want a special kind of confirmation. We want a confirmation that this is the only barrier. This confirmation is powerful. It turns the no into a contingent yes. For example, it sounds like you would like to invest in our school, but right now you can't see how you might do it. Am I right about that? Or, donor, I need to talk with my accountant. He's not going to like it. You. What is important here today is that you would like this gift to happen. If you want it to happen, we can work on the other issues together. Or, donor, I don't think I can swing it. You. Maybe not, but I think you want to swing it. Am I right? Or, in response to a delaying or hyper-technical question, that is another great question. Let me ask you, if I can answer this to your satisfaction, is this the last thing standing in the way of your making the gift? Step 7. Attack the story barrier. The barrier to the donor's hero story has been defined. Now it's time for the guiding sage to come alongside the donor to help attack that barrier. The guiding sage brings forth advice, wisdom, and magical instruments. The sage helps the hero complete the journey. Obi-Wan gives Luke a lightsaber. Gandalf shows Bilbo where to find the ring. Morpheus teaches Neo Kung Fu. Dumbledore gives Harry Potter the invisibility cloak. The guiding sage fundraiser comes alongside the donor to help solve the problem. This could be a quick solution. Suppose the amount is too much. We respond by breaking the gift into a multi-year pledge. For example, we're not asking for a gift right now, just a pledge. As long as you can start your payments within the next 3 years, a pledge is just as good as a gift. Or, if the person says, I already have a pretty large commitment to the symphony to pay for, you can say, I understand. Let me remind you that you will have a 3 to 5 year window to pay off this gift. Or they say $25,000 is too much. You say, how about that over 5 years, $5,000 per year? Or, we're not asking that you write a check today. Our pledge period goes up to 4 years, so it would be $125,000 each year. Sometimes the quick solution doesn't work. Then the guiding sage moves to more complex options. Here, the goal changes. It's no longer to get agreement to make a gift. Instead, the goal is to gain enough interest in a potential solution to get the next meeting. The next meeting presents the complex solutions. This can follow the feel, felt, found pattern. It ends with the request to present detailed options. 1. I understand how you feel. This is a reflective statement. 2. Others like you have felt that way. This begins the social norm. 3. Here's what they have found that worked. This presents a solution idea with a social norm. In conversation, the pattern might sound like this. Donor, not much excitement about this, leadership or organization. You, I understand how you feel. Others who have felt the same way have decided to put specific instructions with their gift. That way they know exactly what their money is accomplishing. Would a permanent endowment funding the domestic violence outreach be of more interest to you? Or, donor, I would love to do this, but I'm on a fixed income, or I'm saving for retirement. You, I understand how you feel. Many of our donors have felt the same way. They've found that they can make a gift that pays them income for life, or they can add a gift in a will that costs them nothing today. What are your thoughts about that? Or, donor, all of my assets are tied up right now. The cash just isn't available. You, I understand. We work with many donors like you in this same position. It's actually the perfect situation. The tax benefits are much better if you give before you've sold the asset. Would you mind if I put together some options for you? I think you might be surprised at what the numbers look like. Or donor. I would make an estate gift, but all my planning is done. I don't have to go through that again. You. I understand. Many of our donors feel the same way, but they found that the smartest way to make the gift isn't by changing their will or trust documents. They just add the charity as a beneficiary to an IRA or 401k. Anyone else who inherits that money pays income taxes on it, but not the charity. Would you mind if I showed you how easy it is to do this? Or donor. Not much excitement about this project. You. I understand how you feel. Others have felt the same way. They've found that other projects are a better fit for them. Do you mind if I share some of those? You might find one that really appeals to you. The more solutions the fundraiser knows, the more likely she can continue the conversation. But the goal isn't always to give a quick solution. It can be enough to reference that there are some possible solutions. This is followed by a request. The request is for permission to share more detailed options. It might sound like this. If you wouldn't mind visiting again, I'd like to work with some experts and put together a few personalized options for you. There's no obligation, but I think you'll find some of them really interesting. Would your calendar allow us to meet on Tuesday the 15th at this same time? Agreement for the next meeting gives the donor more time to think. It gives the fundraiser more time to plan. It also justifies asking detailed questions to help build the specific proposal. Why not just concede? Among all these steps and strategies, one approach is missing. Don't start by conceding. As Laura Fredericks advises, if a donor objects to the amount, first and foremost, please do not say, "What did you have in mind?" Why not? Admittedly, the donor's decision is the donor's decision. If he decides to give $1,000 instead of $10,000, then that's what he'll do. But the role of the guiding sage fundraiser is to help the donor accomplish a heroic victory. It's not to just settle for the comfortable pat-on-the-head gift. Those gifts are fine, but they aren't heroic. If the donor isn't interested in the stretch gift, then something is missing. The fundraiser's role is to find out what that is. What's the barrier? Is it the project, the charity, the timing, the amount? We want to work on it together. We want to overcome that barrier. The immediate response is not to give up the victory. It's not to happily trade the hero's journey for a convenient go-away gift. Why shouldn't we simply concede? Because that's not the role we're playing. That's not the story we're advancing. Notice the heroic themes in Laura Fredericks' response to the no. State right up front that yes, this is a very large amount asked, something not done every day. The next response, you are one of the few people we can turn to ask for this important gift, will bolster your original statement and will let the prospect know that the organization views him or her as a treasured and modeled donor. Of course, the proposed gift might not be possible. Even with all the guiding sage's magical instruments, the gift might be simply beyond the donor's capacity. That's okay. But we want to get to that place at the end of this process, not at the beginning. And what happens then? The hard no. Even with a hard no, the goal doesn't change. The goal is still to advance the donor hero's journey. The goal is still for the donor to make a heroic gift. And because of the Socratic process, we know more. We know more about the story connections. We know more about the story barriers. This can lead to crafting a better challenge for this donor, or it can lead to leaving the challenge for a future day. Not every no can be quickly flipped to a yes, but the truly heroic challenge is still compelling. If it fits with the donor's identity, it's compelling. If it promises a meaningful victory, it's compelling. Even after the no, this heroic challenge can continue to influence the donor. In the monomyth, the hero refuses the first call to adventure. But things change. Things can change for donors too. Financial circumstances can shift. Businesses can be sold. Investments can go well. Inheritances can arrive. Estate plans can be revised. The opportunity to accept the compelling heroic challenge may arise again. Today's no can still become tomorrow's yes. I'm so sorry, you got a yes. Not every request is met with resistance. Sometimes the donor immediately says yes. What then? We thank the donor for the gift. We express gratitude for the impact the gift will have. We confirm the precise date, time, and manner of transfer. A simple gift agreement sometimes helps. And then we stop. As the West Texas saying goes, once you hit oil, stop drilling. But a quick yes might show something else. Part of the story might be missing. If the hero doesn't initially resist the call to adventure, was it really a heroic request after all? If the donor didn't need to think about it, was it really a sacrificial gift? Did we really advance the donor's hero story? Experienced fundraisers recognize this reality. One shares this. If they say yes straight away when you ask for a specific amount, the chances are that you have not asked for enough. The final ask. Whether the visit results in a gift or not, there can be one final ask. This ask is for referrals. It might sound like this. Do you know other people that may be interested in learning about what we're doing? Or, can you name 3 friends or colleagues who might like to learn more about our organization or who might also be interested in serving as volunteers? Or, who do you know that may be interested in our work? Would you send a note to introduce me or arrange for us to do lunch? You like to entertain. How about a dinner party or reception? How about tagging along on a donor visit and sharing your experience with our nonprofit? Plan to fail. In the monomyth, the hero first refuses the call to adventure. In advancing the donor's hero story, a no is a typical part of the process. Understanding this means we plan for it. So, for example, we don't leave the ask until the end of the scheduled time. A no can be an excellent start, but the follow-up is critical, and it takes time. It also means that we emotionally plan for a no. It's not a jolt. It's not a cause for disappointment. It's part of the journey. Plan to fail. A professor story. I've been the dissertation advisor for many PhD students over the years. These students have gone on to be faculty members at many universities. To succeed there, they must publish research in academic journals. A critical part of this success is planning to fail. How so? The publishing plan should be, I will submit to Journal A, then I'll use the reviews from the rejection to improve the manuscript for Journal B, then I'll use those rejection reviews to improve the manuscript for Journal C, and Journal C will publish the manuscript. Rejection becomes normal and expected. It's a natural part of the process. It triggers immediate revision and resubmission. Now, what if instead the plan were to just publish in Journal A? Then things change. A rejection is devastating. Engaging with the negative reviews is emotionally painful. The revision hurts. It gets delayed. The manuscript sits on the desk, and publish or perish leads to job loss. Framing the rejection as part of the process, not some devastating aberration, helps. It leads to the right behaviors. In the same way, planning for the no is important for the fundraiser. If any single behavior separates the successful fundraisers or researchers, it is this: persistence. Having the right story framework helps. The right story emotionally supports the right behaviors. The no is not a source of pain. It's an important step in the journey. It opens the door to important questions. It's part of the process. It's part of the story. Conclusion. Making a compelling, heroic challenge is an accomplishment. It's not every day that people receive an epic call to adventure. The ask can make a lasting impact, even when the answer is no. The no is not a problem for the guiding sage. The sage resumes the story role. The sage resumes the story cycle. The sage persists. As the famous monomyth guiding sage Yoda explains, you think Yoda stops teaching just because his student does not want to hear? A teacher Yoda is. Yoda teaches like drunkards drink, like killers kill. Postscript, the scariest ask. The script for handling the fundraising no from Tony Soprano. Would you consider a gift of $1 million to kick off the campaign for the Anthony and Carmelo Soprano Athletic Center at the St. Thomas High School? Tony, laughter. You've got to be kidding me. You, silence, but you smile, reflecting his response. Tony, $1 million? I don't know what you've been smoking, but I want some. You, okay, smiling. I understand. This shows reflection. You, help me out here. Do you mind if I ask a couple of questions to see where I got off track? This asks for permission. Tony, yeah, I'm not giving you $1 million. That's where you bleeping got off track. You, smiling. I hear what you're saying. This shows reflection. Now you resume the story. Look, I know you've supported this school for years. Everyone in the community sees you as a leader at the school. We've been part of your life and your family's life for such a long time. So I've got to ask, have your feelings about the school changed? This affirms the story. It shows original identity connects to challenge. Tony, no. Look, the school's a good thing. That's fine. But I'm more of a $20 bill in the G-string guy, not a buy her a whole bleeping house guy, right? You, I understand. Now, the people running the school, you've known Mrs. Smith for, 12 years? Do you feel like they would use the building in the right way to make the kind of impact you want to see? This affirms the story. It shows challenge connects to victory. Tony, sure, these are good people. I don't see them doing stupid things. You, and this project, the Soprano Athletic Center, do you see that as making a real impact in our community here for a long time? It would have been a big deal for you when you were a kid growing up here, right? This affirms the story. It shows victory connects to enhanced identity. Tony, oh sure, it's a good thing. Give the kids something to do instead of robbing or breaking stuff. But look, I'm not going to pay for this whole thing now. Maybe someday when I retire rich, I can write you that check. You. So it sounds to me like this is a gift you would want to make if you could, but the finances are just too much right now. This diagnoses and isolates the story barrier. Tony, yeah, that's just the wrong price tag for me. You, now you know this is a pledge that can be paid out over the 5-year campaign, so that's $200,000 each year. Does that help at all? This attacks the story barrier. Tony, I don't know. That's still a lot of cash. You. Yes, it is. Let me ask you, have you ever thought about giving stocks or real estate instead? Tony gives a quizzical look. You. The reason I ask is that I work with a lot of folks in your situation. They want to make a really big impact with a great project, but the cost is too big of a barrier. So here's what they do. They get the government to pay for more of it by being smarter about giving. You. Let me give you an example. Say someone has a building or some stocks worth $200,000, the annual pledge amount for this project. But maybe they bought it for only $20,000. The problem is this. If they sell it, they don't get to keep the full $200,000. Here in New Jersey, they might lose a third to the government in taxes. So they actually walk away with only $138,000. Tony. Tell me about it. Those taxes are a racket. You. But if they donate it instead, they avoid all those taxes, and they still get the full $200,000 deduction off their income taxes. That deduction can save them up to 47 cents on the dollar. You. So if they sell the property, they net $138,000. If they donate it instead, they net up to $94,000. Their net cost is just the $44,000 difference between selling and donating. The school still gets a $200,000 gift. The tax benefits pay for the rest. Tony. So this thing, it works with a building like a warehouse? You. Sure, any assets that have gone up in value. Tony. What about a business like an entertainment establishment or a used car dealership? You. Definitely. I'd love to put together some ideas for you to look at. Just give me some examples of assets, what you paid, what they're worth, no obligation. I know the Soprano Athletic Center seems like a reach right now, but I can work with our experts, put together a plan, and you just tell us what you think. Do you mind if we get together for a visit on Tuesday the 4th to look at some options? Tony. I guess it wouldn't hurt. Tuesday? Chapter 11. Socratic Fundraising, Legacy Edition. How to ask for the gift in a will without fear or anxiety. Sure, asking for money is hard, but asking for an estate gift? Even experienced fundraisers can get squeamish. As Anne Melvin puts it, for many of us, asking for a bequest is akin to asking, so when are you going to die and what are you going to leave us when you do? And yet, it's vital. The right ask can be powerful. So, how can we do this? What are the right words and phrases? To answer this, let's start with theory. Theory and death reminders. Why is this so uncomfortable? Simple answer. Because it's about death. Death is an uncomfortable topic. More than that, the reality of our own death is a serious psychological problem. People use two solutions to the problem. One, ignore the problem. This is called avoidance. Two, live on after death. This is called symbolic immortality. Avoidance. Avoidance actively ignores personal mortality. It runs away from death reminders. It says, this doesn't apply to me. It says, I'll deal with that later. It's why most people don't have wills. It's why attendance at planned giving seminars is so small. Symbolic immortality. Living on after death isn't just about a religious afterlife. It means some part of one's identity, one's people, values, or story will continue on after death. This continuation is called symbolic immortality. Death reminders increase the desire for this symbolic immortality. They increase interest in making a lasting impact. But to be meaningful, the impact must support one's people, values, or story. Research experiments show this. For example, death reminders make people more protective of their social group and more resistant to outside groups. Group opinions and social norms become more powerful. People become more interested in social prestige, fame, a positive life story, personal heroism, or putting their name on something. Death reminders highlight the question, what will they say about me when I'm gone? Phrasing equals preface plus ask. Academic theory is fine, but how do we actually do this? What do we say? The legacy ask usually consists of two parts, a preface and an ask. The preface makes the ask more comfortable. It provides motivation. It justifies the question or the gift. The ask then triggers a response. Let's look at some examples from experienced fundraisers. The ask itself can be harder or softer. It can be simple and blunt. The simple ask, will you? Examples of the simple ask include, would you be willing to include our organization in your estate plans? Say, Bill, does your will provide something for the organization? Would you join me as a member of our legacy society by making a planned gift? Would you join me in making a legacy commitment? Have you remembered XYZ in your will? Can you tell me if we are included in your will plans? The soft ask, would you consider? The ask can be a little softer. One approach is to add a phrase like, would you consider? Examples include, would you be willing to consider including us as one of the nonprofit organizations in your will? Would you consider including us in your estate plans? Will you consider putting this organization in your will? Would you consider leaving a specific amount or percentage of your estate to our organization? Would you consider a pledge commitment that isn't paid until you pass or when you no longer need it? Would you consider making a legacy gift? Of the types of planned gifts that we've talked about, which one would you consider? The softer ask. Thoughts? The ask can be softened even further. One way is to simply ask for thoughts on the topic. Examples include, what are your thoughts about making this kind of gift? Do you know that we have a legacy society that recognizes our donors who have included our organization in their future plans? Is that something you and I should be talking about? What would you say to someone who might be considering including us in their last will and testament? The softest ask, silence. The softest ask is merely implied. This approach begins with a preface. The preface mentions a gift and a will. This is followed by silence. The other person can continue that conversation, or they can take it another direction. It all depends on their interest and comfort level. Use an ask phrase that fits your comfort level, or begin with a softer approach and then move to a more direct one. Ask research. Gift and a will. Ask phrases are relatively simple, but words still matter. In one experiment, the likelihood of agreeing to make a gift to charity in my last will and testament dropped significantly when replacing make a gift with either leave a legacy gift or make a bequest gift. In another experiment, people were twice as likely to want to read about gifts and wills as compared with estate giving, legacy giving, or bequest gifts. The same was true for will planning as compared with either estate planning or legacy planning. Some people perceive words like estate or legacy as a bit too grand. Those are for wealthy people, like on Downton Abbey. Those don't apply to people like me. But a gift and a will applies to everyone. If gifts and wills or will planning seems too narrow, don't worry. People use these terms to refer to all estate transfers, including living trusts, life insurance, IRA transfer on death, bank account transfer on death. Oddly, people were more likely to expect this full range of topics from clicking on gifts and wills or will planning than from either estate giving or estate planning. A longer list can also work if it starts with gifts and wills. For example, the share of people indicating they might be or were definitely interested in reading more on a charity website was 26% for gifts and wills, 25% for gifts and wills, trust or retirement accounts, and 24% for gifts and wills, trust, retirement accounts, or life insurance. For other plan giving instruments, the rule is simple. Simple words outperform technical ones. Ask research. Death avoidance. It's important not to describe a gift with death language. In experiments, people were much more willing to make a gift to charity in my last will and testament than to make a gift to charity in my last will and testament that will take effect at my death. The gift was the same, but the description was different. Adding death reminders can trigger an avoidance response. Another experiment showed this for annuities. People were more likely to purchase one paying each year you live rather than one paying each year you live until you die. In another example, Patrick Schmidt of Free Will shared, "We just finished testing 50 different headlines across approximately 12,000 people to get folks to make planned gifts. And one headline performed nearly 2 times better than everything else. Here's the headline. Even if you plan to live to 150, you still need to make a plan." A later presentation shared an updated version as, "Even if you plan to live to 150, you still need a will. Get started today." These headlines don't lead with death. They do the opposite. They lead with long life. Signing a will is for people planning to live a long time. A logical headline might instead be, "You should make a will because you might die tomorrow." But this doesn't work. It leads with death. Death reminders trigger avoidance. The preface. The preface comes before the ask, but it's not mandatory. We can just make a naked ask. In one experiment, 2,000 people were completing their will planning. Half weren't specifically asked about charity. In this group, 4.9% left a gift to charity. The other half were asked, "Would you like to leave any money to charity in your will?" In this group, 10.8% included a gift to charity. Just asking the question by itself worked. It doubled the share of wills including charity. Asking works, but it's often more comfortable or compelling to start with the preface. This can include the external issue preface. This matches the avoidance response. The identity preface. This matches the symbolic immortality response. The victory preface. This also matches the symbolic immortality response. Let's look at examples of each. External issue preface examples. Many people tend to avoid estate planning. Why? Because it's a death reminder. So it can help to have a non-death reason to start the conversation. We wouldn't normally bring it up. It's just that some outside issue is pushing the conversation. This might be because of a campaign deadline, a matching gift deadline, a problem, or it's my job. It can also help to have a non-death reason to sign the will now. If the donor signs it now, something important happens. Example phrases include 1. Campaign deadline. Legacy campaign deadline. We're in a campaign to get 100 new Legacy Society members before the end of the year. We're making great progress, and this then leads to an ask. Combined campaign deadline. So far, we're at 72% of our campaign goal for current gifts and 68% of our goal for planned estate gifts. You've already helped us in the first goal. This then leads to an ask. Leadership campaign deadline. The new planned giving campaign starts this fall. We'll be announcing our board participation at the banquet. Signing your planned gift before then could really influence others to take this step. This then leads to the ask. 2. Matching gift deadline. If signed by May 1st, planned gifts of up to $250,000 will be matched with a 10% cash donation in your name from the XYZ Foundation. For several charities, this approach has doubled or tripled planned estate gifts. 3. We've got a problem. We've run into a bit of an issue. The number of new people joining our Legacy Society has fallen off in the last year. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions about your thoughts on this topic? Or, we need your advice on some new Legacy fundraising ads. Would you mind sharing your thoughts on a few examples? Or, we held a planned giving seminar, but people didn't show up. We're trying to figure out why, so we're asking donors like you to share your thoughts in a focus group. Would you be willing to take part? 4. Helping you is my job. For example, my job is to help donors plan their gifts. I help them make a lasting impact that is personally meaningful. This might look at multi-year strategies or even a gift and a will. Would you be willing to look at some of these options together? Or, part of my job is to show donors how to give smarter. For example, any IRA money inherited by family members triggers income taxes, but naming our charity avoids those taxes. I'd love to show you some of these options. Would you mind getting together for a visit about this? These each give a reason to act. The reasons are about external, non-death issues. They're about campaigns, matching gifts, influencing others, sharing opinions, or tax benefits. The motivation isn't about death. This deflects the avoidance response. It makes starting the conversation easier. Identity preface theory. A compelling fundraising ask, or challenge, will include the steps of original identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects to enhanced identity. The resulting enhanced identity can be public, reputation, or private, personal meaning. In a cycle, these steps are identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects back to identity. Death reminders not only trigger avoidance, they also trigger pursuit of symbolic immortality. This is a resistance to disappearing. It increases attraction to ways in which one's identity, rooted in one's people, values, or history, can live on. A gift and a will can help. It helps when it continues the donor's identity. It helps when it links to the donor's people, values, or history. The goal of the identity preface is this. It should lead the donor to think, people like me make gifts like this. Original identity connects to challenge. First, this means I am the kind of person who makes gifts like this. Why is this true? Because the gift matches the donor's history, behaviors, values, beliefs, or group membership. In other words, the gift matches the donor's identity. It also means other people like me make gifts like this. These are people who share the donor's history, behaviors, values, beliefs, or group membership. In other words, they share the donor's identity. Identity preface examples. What does this look like in the real world? Here are some examples. Many donors who give as regularly as you have put our organization in their will. What are your thoughts about doing that? Or, Mrs. Jones, you are such a wonderful and loyal donor. Many of our most loyal donors are including Kent State in their estate plans in order to make an impact beyond their lifetime. Have you ever considered remembering Kent State in your will? Or, I can't say thank you enough for all your support for so many years. Would you consider extending your amazing legacy by including us in your estate plans? Or, Thank you so much for all your support for so many years. We truly appreciate it. Donors like you who have supported us for so long often include a gift in their estate plans. I'd love to say thank you for that as well if you've done so. Have you included us? Have you considered it? Or, John, you've been a terrific supporter of Friends of Shakespeare. I want to thank you for all you have done for us over the years. I'm curious, what are your thoughts about becoming a member of the Fortinbras Society? Response: what is the Fortinbras Society? This allows you to describe other committed members of the society. Mention someone that he knows. Or, I've found the mission so compelling and the program so meaningful that a few years ago I made a planned gift because I wanted to make certain that my support continued into the future. Other people I've met have wanted to make sure that their support continues as well, and have let us know that they've made legacy gifts too. Could I take a few minutes before we're finished here and tell you briefly about our legacy giving program and how we plan to use these gifts? Identity Preface Research. People like me. Does this really work? Experimental results say yes. In a test with 3,000 people completing their will documents, 4.9% left a gift to charity without being asked. They had no challenge. 10.8% did so when asked, "Would you like to leave any money to charity in your will?" They had a challenge. 15.4% did so when the ask began with, "Many of our customers like to leave money to charity in their will." This connected identity, people like the donor, with the challenge. The last group was more than 3 times as likely to include a gift. Also, their average gift size was twice as large. Thus, asking the right question led to a 6-fold increase in legacy giving. In another experiment, people read the story of another donor, Sarah. She had made a planned gift. The effect of this story on their interest in making the gift varied. Statistically, it depended on their response to this question. Question: how much do you identify with Sarah? With options of she is a lot, somewhat, a little bit, not really, or not at all like me. A story about someone the person felt was like me was powerful. Otherwise, it wasn't. Identity Preface Research. Your life story. Another experiment showed the power of life story references. It tested 24 bequest gift descriptions among nearly 10,000 participants. The phrase generating the highest intention to give was, "Make a gift to charity in your will to support causes that have been important in your life." This worked much better than simply, "Make a gift to charity in your will." Adding the last phrase was powerful. It connected the gift to the donor's values and life story. This increased giving intentions. Other results show the same answer. The social norm statement, "Many people like to leave a gift to charity in their will," became more effective when it was changed to, "Many people like to leave a gift to charity in their will because they care about causes that are important in their lives." The social norm was no longer just about other people making gifts. Now it was about other people making gifts that connected with their values and life story. This made the social norm more powerful. The donor's life story comes up in other types of research too. This theme arises in qualitative interviews with bequest donors. It even matches with neuroimaging research. Charitable bequest decisions engage visualized autobiography brain regions. Identity Preface Research. Your people. Family tribute. Identity comes from one's people, values, and history. A bequest gift in honor of a loved one links to the donor's people. One experiment used the following steps. 1. Ask if there was a friend or family member who would have appreciated or would appreciate your support of cause type, such as organization examples. 2. Ask about the friend or family member's connection to the cause. 3. Ask about a bequest gift honoring a deceased or living friend or family member. Doing this worked. It dramatically increased charitable bequest intentions. In practice, introducing this idea can be simple. Suppose a response card asks, "Have you included this charity in your will or estate plan?" Under checkbox yes, simply add checkbox in honor or memory of blank person, blank relationship. Whether or not the card is returned, it can still work. It can work just by introducing the idea. In one experiment, mentioning this option helped. It increased interest in a bequest gift for 1 out of 4 people. In conversation, we can ask, "Some of the people with whom I meet are interested in hearing about ways to honor and memorialize their loved ones. Would you like to hear more about this option?" Victory Preface Research. Permanence. The final justification for a bequest gift is the most powerful. This is the victory justification. A victory describes a visualizable, personally meaningful outcome. Such victory outcomes are powerful for any type of gift, but legacy giving responds best to outcomes with permanence. Death reminds donors that they are going to disappear. Legacy giving can help. It helps if it provides a way in which the donor's identity, their people, values, or story can live on. Doctors Claire Routley and Adrian Sargent explain, the choice of charity to receive a bequest gift could, therefore, be a way of extending one's autobiography, and thus a sense of self, forward in time beyond one's physical death. This desire for gift permanence shows up in experiments. In one, a poverty relief charity was described as either 1, meeting the immediate needs of people, or 2, creating lasting improvements that would benefit people in the future. Normally, the first description generated more gifts, but for people reminded of their mortality, the results reversed. Death reminders made the permanence language more attractive. Other experiments show similar results. In one, people were 3 times more likely to prefer permanent funds for bequest gifts than for current gifts. In another, the most powerful motivation to make a second gift in memory of a loved one was the chance to make the fund permanent. Victory Preface examples. Permanence. The ultimate victory in legacy giving is symbolic immortality. The donor's identity, his people, values, or story, lives on after death. Once the fundraiser understands this, she can use it. She can construct legacy products or giving opportunities that deliver this lasting impact. Just using permanence language to describe the gift's impact can help. But often, this will take the form of a permanent structure. This might be a scholarship, lectureship, or professorship. It might be an endowment funding a favorite part of operations. It might simply endow lifetime giving. If the charity is new or unstable, it might use an established community foundation to manage this fund. The ask can include permanence language. For example, would you consider leaving a legacy of a $100,000 bequest to ensure that the help you provide these families will continue in perpetuity? Or, you've been such a wonderful friend to this charity over the years. Many people like you want to include a gift in their will. My job is to help them plan that out so their gift will make a lasting impact. Do you mind if I share some options with you? Victory Preface Research. Define a victory. Large estate gifts come with instructions. It is the instructions, the story, that make large gifts compelling. This is nothing new. In 2 studies of wills from the 1800s, charitable bequests were restricted in 14% of small cash gifts, 58% of real estate or large cash gifts, and 70% of gifts of a share of the entire estate. Large gifts produce a specific, usually lasting impact. That's the motivation for the size of the gift. Legacy income is all about the size of the gifts, not the number of donors. The money comes almost entirely from extreme gifts. For example, most charitable decedents, 60%, leave less than 10% of their estate to charity. These are the normal donors. Taken together, they transfer only 3.8% of all charitable bequest dollars. The money doesn't come from normal charitable decedents. It comes from extreme gifts. The identity preface works to get a bequest gift. The donor includes the charity because of the donor's people, values, and history. But this doesn't give a reason for making a gift of a specific size. It doesn't motivate the large bequest gift over the small one. To do that, we must define a victory. Victory preface examples. Define a victory. Increasing the size of a planned bequest starts with victory. The donor can define a personally meaningful victory. This can begin with a question like, "Tell me, what would you like to accomplish with your gift?" Or, "Have you ever thought about how you would like your gift to be used?" These questions lead to conversations about impact. For example, we might continue. "The reason I ask is this. I was working with another donor. You remind me of him. You both have a real heart for this cause." This references identity. He decided to create a permanent endowment for a scholarship, lectureship, professorship, our blank operations. It will here describe the impact. This defines a victory. This will come from an X dollar gift in his will. Would that type of gift appeal to you? This presents a challenge. The donor's reactions then guide the conversation. If the example gift is too large, their reaction will show this. We can then describe a smaller gift option. If the area of impact isn't compelling, their reaction will show this. We can then discuss what area would be a better fit. The process helps the donor construct a personally meaningful victory. When a larger gift creates a specific, lasting, meaningful victory, it makes sense. Otherwise, it doesn't. For real money, the charity must offer real value. It must deliver real victory. Ideally, it offers symbolic immortality. Victory preface. External competition. Every charity has competition. This may include older, more established charities, but mostly it's the private family foundation. In philanthropy, the most powerful permanent expression of identity is the private family foundation. It lives forever. It follows the donor's values and rules forever. It's typically named for the donor or the donor's family. For estates over $5 million, 78% of charitable bequest dollars go to private family foundations. Let that sink in. Public charities get only 22% of charitable bequest dollars from estates over $5 million. Charities are losing the battle. Many don't know they're even in a battle to start with. Many aren't even trying to compete. Victory preface. Internal barriers. Charities are losing to private family foundations. One reason is that few are even trying to provide value to legacy donors. They aren't offering any victory, much less a permanent one. Charity managers often resist doing this. Their attitude might sound like the following: deliver value to legacy donors? No. The donor's job is to deliver value to us. Besides, that just turns unrestricted money into restricted. Helping a donor define a meaningful victory works. It makes the gift larger. But charity managers don't like donor instructions. How can we convince them? One way is to point to the competition. For example, we might say, the donor wants to put these instructions with their money. They can use a private family foundation, they can use the community foundation, but I would rather they gave it directly to us to manage. What do you think? Or justify donor conversations as risk management. They avoid future problems. For example, I ask legacy donors what they want to accomplish with their gift. That way I can learn if they're going to put any instructions in their wills. Sometimes those instructions are a problem. If we don't learn about it until after they die, we might have to reject the gift. We just lose that money. But if we can talk about their plans in advance, then we can agree on some feasible option. Delivering victory becomes managing risk, or it becomes managing competition. Either way, the goal is to translate. We want to deliver a powerful victory for the donor, but we need the charity manager on board as well. Conclusion. There isn't just one magic phrase. Instead, there are unlimited expressions of the magic ideas. A compelling ask connects the donor's original identity to the challenge, to a victory, to an enhanced identity. A compelling estate ask also does this, and it considers both avoidance and symbolic immortality. Remember these core principles. Then choose whatever phrase you like best. But you can do it. You can ask for the gift in a will. Postscript. The 4S method, stacking it all together. We've looked at the theory. We've looked at the phrases. Hopefully, you've found something that feels right for you. But what if you haven't? What if you're still nervous about all this? Let me end with the easiest, softest, but still highly effective method. It's my favorite. Anyone can do it. I like to call it the 4S method. That stands for 3 stories, then shut up. At some point in a conversation, it's common to give the donor an update. Suppose, for example, an alumnus asked, "What's new at Texas Tech?" I might respond by mentioning a new coach. Then I might mention a new building. Then I might say, "Oh, and John Smith did a neat thing. Did you know John? He graduated 2 years before you." No. Well, John spent his career helping other people get their finances in order. And he recently signed a new will that one day will endow a permanent scholarship for our financial planning students. And then I take a drink. Silence. Wait for a response. If the donor wants to pick up this conversation, he can do so. If he doesn't, I could choose to then move up the list of asking phrases. But even if I don't, just sharing this little story is powerful. Notice the details here. It's the 3rd story. It doesn't lead with death. It's about someone like the donor. It shows that people like me do things like this. The gift reflects the person's life story. It's an expression of identity. The gift makes a permanent impact. Their identity lives on. The details match both avoidance and symbolic immortality. This works. It's not just a matter of speculation. I've tested many approaches to increase interest in a charitable bequest. The most powerful was this one. Share examples of other living donors whose estate gifts reflect their life stories. This brief story does that. It does so even if the conversation then moves in a different direction. Of course, the details of the story can change. The person need not have graduated near the same time. They might be similar in some other way. Or you might simply say, "You remind me of another donor. It might be a story of someone you know. It might be someone you only heard about. But as long as it incorporates the underlying principles, the story can be powerful." Asking for a bequest gift can be scary, but anyone can learn to share 3 stories and then shut up. Chapter 12. Socratic Fundraising in Bulk. Donor Surveys That Work. Socratic fundraising asks questions. It's easy to think of this as face-to-face, one-on-one conversations, but sometimes that isn't feasible. The right personnel aren't available, or their time is too expensive for the gift size, or donors don't want to meet, or there are too many donors to meet, or they're too far away. Socratic fundraising can still work. It's still possible to ask questions. Questions can arise in donor telephone conversations, one-to-one, but not face-to-face. Donor focus groups, face-to-face, but not one-to-one. Or donor surveys, neither one-to-one nor face-to-face. Steps. In all of these formats, the steps are similar. The universal steps for a compelling donor experience are: original identity connects to challenge, connects to victory, connects to enhanced identity. Socratic fundraising guides the donor through these steps. First, the fundraiser must have a valid reason to ask questions. This then permits questions that connect the donor's identity, history, people, or values with the cause, the charity, or the project. Original identity connects to challenge. Define a personally meaningful victory. Victory connects to enhanced identity. And make a challenge that promises the victory. Challenge connects to victory. Justify asking questions. Questions can work, but questions won't work if people won't answer. The donor must return the survey, attend the focus group, or continue the phone conversation. So we need to justify asking the questions. Reasons can include, "I need your help or advice." This might be because I'm new here. We have a problem. We have an idea. You're in charge, or you're important. The reverse is, "I can help or advise you." Another is, "I'm interested in your story." Legitimate reasons. If you don't care what donors think, don't ask. It's important to have a legitimate reason to ask. It's also important that reasons appear legitimate. So beware of adding a donation request to a survey. This can appear as, "We need your advice. Oh, but now that you're giving advice, we actually want your money." Donors can feel, "You didn't care what I thought, you just wanted fast cash." Also, never ask a question with a forced answer. For example, don't ask, "Should we continue our award-winning work that is transforming the lives of so many in desperate need?" This might sound great to charity insiders, but it delegitimizes the questions. Donors can feel, "You didn't care what I thought, you just wanted to brag." Effective questions must be and appear legitimate. Connect with original identity. Questions can connect the donor's identity with the cause, the charity, or the project. This can start even before the first question. The reason for asking the questions can be because of the donor's identity. For example, your insight is especially important because we need input from women, baby boomers, loyal donors, alumni from the 1980s, those who have supported us in the past but not in the last year, people who care about blank. Insert some specific aspect of the charity. The questions themselves then further connect with the donor's identity. This means connecting with the donor's values, people, or life story. What does this look like? What are some actual questions? It depends on the cause. Let's look at some examples for an environmental charity. Values identity questions. Examples. Here is an example of questions asking about the donor's values. Please rate the importance to you of the following. Values options, row headings. Being a good example for the next generation. Making a lasting impact in the world. Ensuring that your values will be remembered by future generations. Response options, column headings. Highly important, somewhat important, slightly important, not important. Values identity questions, comments. Environmental causes improve the future of the planet. These questions ask about related values. They elicit connections with these values. Do such reminders work? One experiment tested this. Some people wrote a short essay. Others didn't. The essay was on what they wanted to be remembered for by future generations. Writing about this increased donations to an environmental charity by 45%. Of course, other causes may focus on other values. In experiments, reminders of values such as love or religious beliefs also increase donations. Use the values relevant for your cause. Sometimes these values responses can be surprising. One charity focused on women's reproductive rights in the developing world. Leaders assumed the key value was women's rights. Survey results revealed something else. Many donors cared only about population control. Life story identity questions. Examples. Here is an example of questions asking about donors' life story connections. At what age did you first begin to think about the importance of conserving the natural environment? In childhood? In high school? In my 20s? In my 30s or later? Comments. Which of the following have been important in your life? Check any that apply. Time I have spent outdoors. Time I have spent on a river. Time I have spent in a forest. Time I have spent on a lake. My life experiences with wildlife. My life experiences with wild birds. My life experiences with trees and plants. Comments. When did you first learn about this charity? Within the last year? Within the last 5 years? Within the last 10 years? More than 10 years ago? Life, story, identity questions. Comments. These questions ask about the donor's life story. They connect it with the cause or the charity. This encourages support. One experiment used the first 2 sets of questions. These questions worked. They increased donation likelihood for an environmental charity. These life story questions worked for current gifts, but they were most effective for bequest gifts. Other research matches this. Donors report that life story connections are key for charitable bequests. Neuroimaging shows such decisions engage visualized autobiography brain regions. As this visualization increases, so does interest in a bequest. One study tested phrases to describe a charitable bequest gift. The best added to support causes that have been important in your life. Life story references are powerful for bequest gifts. These questions can help in other ways. They're a great starting point for conversations. Tell me more. They can also reveal key messages. For example, donations were most likely for those noting life experiences with wild birds. They were least likely for those referencing time spent on a lake. Such details might inform project or image choices for fundraising messages. People identity questions, examples. Here's an example of questions asking about donors' people connections. Do you have more or less than 2 family members who consider conserving the natural environment to be important? About 2, more than 2, less than 2. Were there any family members in your life who were particularly influential in shaping your views on the importance of nature conservation? Check any that apply. Grandmother, grandfather, aunt, uncle, mother, father, sibling, other family member. Comments. We love to recognize our outstanding team members at this charity. Please share any memorable experiences you've had with anyone you've met at this charity. Comments. People identity questions. Comments. The first 2 questions ask about family member connections. This can help link the donor's identity with the cause. This also sets up a later question. It asks about a gift and a will honoring a family member. The third question recalls experiences with people at the charity. For different charities, this will be different people. At universities, these might be professors. At hospitals, these might be doctors or nurses. Answers to people questions also make great conversation starters. Tell me more. The questions often omit strong negative answers. This is intentional. The goal is to connect donors to the cause. If some connection is absent, we don't want them to focus on that. We don't want them to commit to a strong negative answer. One approach is to group everything negative into a moderate response. Thus, the most negative answer might be probably not or unlikely. This leaves out definitely not or never. In the first question, the lowest group is less than 2. This omits the none response. A prior question used a similar grouping strategy. It asked, when did you first learn about this charity? Answer options included within the last year, 5 years, and 10 years. Notice these aren't exclusive categories. A date within the last year is also within the last 10 years. Uncertainty nudges towards the safer answer. The safer answer reports a longer connection range. This can make the relationship time feel longer. It strengthens the identity connection. Victory questions, examples. Here is an example of questions asking donors to define their victory. On a scale from 0 equals absolutely no importance to 100 equals absolutely the greatest importance, please rate the importance of the work of this charity in the following areas. Environmental conservation. Preserve wetlands for wild ducks and other migrating birds. Protect and restore ancient sequoia and redwood forests in the U.S. Protect sensitive coral reefs around the globe. Victory questions, comments. The next step is to help the donor define a personally meaningful victory. One way to do this is with a victory menu. The menu lists different projects or impact areas. Donors rate the importance of each. This reveals which is the most meaningful to the donor. It helps the donor define his ideal victory. This encourages giving. One experiment tested this for 10 charities from 5 causes. Each cause included a charity with 3 projects. The average likelihood of giving for each charity was 14% when reading about causes, 15% when reading about causes and projects, 19% when rating the importance of causes, 21% when rating the importance of causes and projects. This test included the questions from the previous examples. These worked for environmental charities. For the Nature Conservancy, donation likelihood was 11% when reading about causes, 12% when reading about causes and projects, 15% when rating causes, 18% when rating causes and projects. The questions also worked for World Wildlife Fund. Giving likelihood was 13% when reading about causes or causes and projects. It was 16% when rating causes. It was 19% when rating causes and projects. Another experiment explored how to get the rich and powerful to give. Alumni mailings went to two groups. One had response cards with this statement: Annual alumni giving through the PIN Fund directly supports these priorities of undergraduate education. A checked box followed by student financial aid. Another checked box followed by student and academic life. Another checked box followed by residential life. Another checked box followed by special campus initiatives. The others' response cards instead asked a question. They removed the checks from the boxes and added, "Tell us which is most important to you. Please check one box." The rich were those from the wealthiest census tracts. Among the rich sending a gift, the average size was $192 for the first response card. It was $463 for the second. The powerful were those listed as being on a firm's board of directors. Among the powerful sending a gift, the average size was $158 for the first response card. It was $714 for the second. Asking for opinions in other ways can also work. For example, giving people the chance to vote on a project works. In experiments, this increases subsequent volunteering and donations. In fundraising, victory is about the impact of a gift. Describing a potential victory as important can help, but asking works better than telling. By answering, the donor can personally commit to the importance of the victory. The donor can take ownership. This can turn a victory into the donor's victory. It can help connect the victory with the donor's identity. Challenge questions. Theory. In Socratic fundraising, the final step is making the ask. This is the challenge that promises a victory. Challenge connects to victory. But there's a problem. A survey isn't going to ask for an immediate donation. Doing this can delegitimize the questions. The immediate goal isn't to get the donor to make a gift, but it's related. The goal is to get the donor to predict a gift. A prediction is still just an opinion. The question is still in the realm of opinion gathering. But asking for a prediction is surprisingly powerful. Academic research calls it the question behavior effect, QBE. The idea is this. Suppose we ask a person to do some pro-social act. It might be donating, volunteering, giving blood, voting, recycling, etc. That decision requires a trade-off. Paying the cost gets positive identity effects. It affirms, I am the type of person who gives, volunteers, recycles, etc. Avoiding the cost gets negative identity effects. It suggests, I am not that type of person. Now suppose instead we ask a person to predict if they will act. Predicting the behavior also has positive identity effects. It affirms, I am the type of person who gives, volunteers, recycles, etc. But a prediction is free. It's not a contract. It requires no effort. There's no cost. What happens? People are less likely to act prosocially than to predict they will act prosocially. That's no surprise. The surprise is this. Once people predict they will act, they then change their future behavior. They change it to match their prediction. The result, asking for the prediction first, increases prosocial behavior. In experiments, this works with blood donations, volunteering, voting, recycling, and buying environmentally friendly products. It also works with donations. One experiment asked for this prediction. If you were contacted by your high school or college and asked to donate money, would you do so? Asking this a few days before a fundraising request worked. The share of those donating to their college increased by half. Another experiment asked some people a different question. It asked how much they would hypothetically donate to a project. Asking this increased actual donations later. Gifts went up 43% for a project helping turtles. They went up 25% for one helping elephants. QBE shows that people tend to change their behavior to match their predictions. This matters for survey questions. The survey goal is not just to get a donation prediction. It's also to get a positive prediction. The lead-up questions can help. They can connect the donor's history, people, and values with the cause, the charity, or the project. They can help the donor define a personally meaningful victory. These steps help increase the subsequent gift prediction. Thus, the gift prediction should come towards the end of the survey. It's the punchline. Challenge questions. Examples. Here is an example of questions asking about the challenge, in other words, the gift. Many people who care about this cause like to give in different ways. How likely is it that you would consider any of the following gifts in the next 6 months? Gift options, row headings. Gift by volunteering time. Gift by check or credit card. Gift as an automatic monthly withdrawal. Gift in a will if you happen to sign a new will. Gift in a will in honor or memory of a loved one. Gift that pays you income for life. Gift of stocks, bonds, or mutual funds that avoids taxes. Gift of real estate that avoids capital gains taxes. Gift from an IRA, 401k that avoids income taxes. Response options, column headings. Definitely, somewhat likely, unlikely, have already done so, would like more info. Challenge questions, comments. Why this wording? Why this sequence? Let's unpack the details. The question begins with a social norm statement. Many people who care about this cause like to give in different ways. In charitable giving experiments, stating that others also give is powerful. Adding that they like to do it is even more powerful. Adding that they care about the cause helps too. This uses social-emotional language. Such language encourages sharing. It also shows these other people are like the donor. The donor cares about the cause too. It delivers a powerful fundraising message. It implies, people like me do things like this. The next part asks for a prediction. It asks, how likely is it that you would consider any of the following gifts in the next 6 months? The question predicts likelihood. In experiments asking, how likely is it that you will do X works? It influences behavior more than asking if a person intends to act. Why? Failing to act makes a positive prediction wrong, but it doesn't necessarily contradict a statement about intentions. Predictions are more powerful than intentions. But this prediction is still a soft, safe, no obligation question. A positive answer doesn't cost anything. It doesn't risk anything. The question just asks for thoughts. It's even softer because it asks what the donor might consider. The longer time horizon softens the question even more. Yet, 6 months is still soon enough to warrant a follow-up contact. Challenge options, volunteering. The challenge question uses a long list of gift options. It starts with volunteering. Why? Of course, it's possible that charity needs volunteers, and people who volunteer are more likely to donate. But there's another reason. Asking about intentions to volunteer increases willingness to donate. In one experiment, first asking about volunteering led to a 50% increase in donation intentions. Asking about giving time triggers a more social, emotional mindset. This mindset encourages donations. Leading with the volunteering question nudges people. It nudges them to predict future donations. Challenge options. Check, credit card, automatic withdrawal. The next question references the most common gifts, check or credit card. This helps ease into the later, more exotic gifts. It groups all the gifts together. They're all just ways to give. Donors can confidently check this box. This is a donor survey, after all. By doing so, the donor puts himself in the category. He is the kind of person who makes gifts like these. The next question moves to the simplest upgrade, the monthly donor. Any indication of interest can trigger a follow-up contact. Challenge options, bequest. Asking about estate plans is tricky. Using death words is dangerous. It reduces interest in estate gifts and other transactions. Messages that lead with death tend to have low response rates. One charity I worked with had sent an appeal letter asking for gifts and wills. The letter very strongly led with death. The response card included only questions about estate planning. Sending 30,000 of these letters resulted in no responses. Later, the same charity sent a brief survey. It included the same types of questions near the end. Again, the questions asked about gifts and wills. But this time, the charity got a 22% response rate. A year later, they resent to the non-responders. They got another 18% response rate from this group. Leading with death failed, but burying the death question at the end of a survey worked. The survey does this here. It buries the death question. The list starts with the most familiar ways to give. The estate gift is in the middle of the list. It's worded the same as every other gift. It's just another way to give. It uses the simplest, friendliest language. The question is softened further by making it hypothetical. It adds, if you happen to sign a new will. If the survey is focused on estate gifts, earlier phrasing can be adjusted. In estate giving, nothing is more attractive than permanence. One experiment compared describing a charity as either meeting the immediate needs of people or creating lasting improvements that would benefit people in the future. The first description normally worked better, but for people reminded of their death, the second did. For them, it led to twice as much giving. In a death context, permanence language works. Another experiment found this for memorial donations. Adding a permanence goal worked best. Death reminders trigger this desire for permanence. If encouraging estate gifts is the goal, permanence helps. The survey words can be adjusted to match. For example, in a project or cause description, the word protect might become lasting protection, permanently protect, protect forever, or protect for future generations. Challenge options: memorial bequest and income gifts. The next question asks about the memorial gift in a will. In one experiment, asking this question worked. It increased interest in an estate gift for about 1 out of 4 people. This shows another function of a survey. It can teach. The gift idea might be new. It might never have occurred to the donor before. A donor might think, I didn't know I could make a bequest gift in honor of a loved one. A survey can introduce other charitable options. It can ask about a gift that pays you income for life, a gift of inheritance rights, house or farmland with an immediate income tax deduction, a named scholarship fund, a lectureship, an endowed professorship, a virtual endowment, or any other attractive giving opportunity. In each case, a question introduces the idea. If it piques curiosity, the donor responds positively. This can lead to valuable conversations. Challenge options: IRA gifts. The last question asks about a gift from an IRA that avoids income taxes. This question can do different things for different donors. First, it is a stealth estate giving question. Heirs inheriting IRA money must pay income taxes on it. This is true for any size estate, but any part left to charity avoids these taxes. The question response can give permission for this conversation. Adding this estate gift is easy. It can typically be done online. For donors over age 70 and a half, another option arises. They can make current gifts directly from their IRA. This money is earned income, but it has never been taxed. If it's donated, it never will be. For donors over age 72, these gifts do more. They reduce required distributions that otherwise create taxes. Challenge options: gifts of assets. The final 3 questions lead with value. They reference the tax benefit. This phrasing works in experiments. In one, only 14% were interested now in pursuing a gift described as make a gift of stocks or bonds to charity. This increased to 20% when it was described as avoid capital gains tax by making a gift of stocks or bonds to charity. With this phrasing, people were more interested in giving. They're also more likely to want to learn more. What do people want to read about on their favorite charity's website? One study of over 5,000 people asked this question. The share who were definitely or might be interested in reading more was 16% for giving stocks, 16% for giving stocks, bonds, or real estate, 24% for avoiding capital gains taxes by giving stocks, 28% for avoiding taxes by giving stocks. Leading with value works. Simple words work. Asset gift questions can be powerful in other ways. They can reveal capacity. A person wanting information about gifts of real estate likely owns real estate. The same is true for stocks, bonds, or other listed assets. These questions also imply that making such gifts is common. This supports a social norm of giving assets. Just thinking about these questions is powerful. It can change the reference point for a gift. A cash donation tends to be compared with other regular cash expenditures from disposable income. This is a small reference point. A donation of stocks tends to be compared with stock holdings. This is a large reference point. The same idea applies to IRA gifts, real estate gifts, and estate gifts. These are not gifts from disposable income. These are gifts of wealth. Wealth is a large reference point. It makes a large gift feel more reasonable. Thinking about such gifts can change a donor's mental accounting. It can make wealth donation relevant. Challenge answers. The column headings give the answer options. Notice something is missing. There isn't a hard no option. The most negative option is unlikely. Why? QBE shows that predictions are powerful. People tend to change their future behavior to match their predictions. So we don't want donors committing to a hard no. Here, that isn't possible. Also missing is a don't know option. These options are attractive. They're easy. But that's not the goal. We want donors to spend time thinking about these types of gifts. Forcing other responses requires more thought. Removing the don't know can also help with follow-up opportunities. Some don't know answers will instead become positive responses when that option is removed. A response of somewhat likely can justify a follow-up conversation. A don't know won't do this. Another option is have already done so. This has a specific purpose. It's to get information about the gift in a will. Other past gifts would already appear in the charity's records. Including this for all gifts prevents the will question from standing out. Remember, we want to bury the death question. It should feel like just another way to give. Also, for those who have made any gifts, answering helps donors think, I am the type of person who makes gifts like these. Survey outcomes. Follow-up. In Socratic fundraising, there's a final step before the ask. That step is to get permission to present options. This is permission to make the ask. A survey can help. A donor might check, would like more information, or they might check, definitely, or somewhat likely for an asset gift. This gives a reason for a contact. The contact can lead to permission to make the ask. A call might sound like the following. Hello, Sarah. Hi, this is name from charity. Don't worry, I'm not calling to ask for a gift today. I wanted to thank you for your years of support of cause. Your gifts have really made a difference for beneficiaries. Also, I wanted to thank you for completing our survey a few days ago. This really helps our leadership. It's important for them to know what matters to loyal donors like you. So, thanks for that. I also wanted to follow up with you on one thing. You mentioned in the survey that you would like more information about, might be considering a gift of real estate, of stocks, bonds, or mutual funds from an IRA. I work with many donors like you who've made these types of gifts. The extra tax benefits really make it a smarter way to give. Would you mind telling me if anything in particular prompted you to request the information, consider this type of gift? I'd love to share some examples of what others like you are doing. I think you'll find some of the options interesting. This can also help with your giving to other causes, not just ours. I'll be in your area next Tuesday. Would your calendar allow us to meet at 2 p.m.? Great. I'll put together some options for you. Before we meet, is there anything you want me to know about the real estate, investments, IRA? I know sometimes there are special issues with property, certain types of investments. Of course, this is just one example. There are many ways to phrase this conversation, but the goal is the same. Get permission to present options. That meeting then allows for a soft proposal. It gives examples of gifts the donor could make. It uses any asset details from the survey or the conversation. It shows the benefits of giving smarter. More importantly, it should show the impact from the donor's gift. This impact should be in the areas most important to the donor. Fortunately, The survey reveals that too. This follow-up can be powerful, but it requires changing the way most charities do donor surveys. Charities are used to big mailings. That's how appeal letters work. But it's not how surveys work, at least not if we want to follow up with donors. Follow-up requires sending small batches. How small? Calculate this backwards. Start with the end. How many follow-up contacts can you make in a short time? Divide this by the expected response rate. Divide this by the expected share of surveys with positive answers to key questions. That's the maximum amount to send out. For example, 50 follow-up calls divided by 0.12 response rate. This divided by 0.20 positive answers equals 2,083 surveys. If we don't know these numbers, we guess. The first few batches will show the answers. Of course, simple follow-ups can work at higher volumes. If a donor wants a publication, newsletter, or event details, that's easy. Survey outcomes. Teach something about the donor. Questions can work even without the follow-up. The idea behind the Socratic method is that questions can teach. Most powerfully, questions can help a person teach himself. Questions can help the donor connect his values, people, and history with the charity. They can help the donor define a personally meaningful victory. They can increase interest in giving. Survey outcomes. Teach something about the charity. Beyond this, the survey itself can inform. It can share information about charity projects. Rating the importance of a project requires learning about it. A donor might think, I didn't know they protected coral reefs too, or I didn't know they had conservation centers, maybe I should visit. Survey outcomes. Teach something about giving. The survey can reference new gift types. Rating the likelihood of making a gift requires thinking about it. Questions can imply that others like the donor make these gifts. This establishes social norms. Questions can change mindsets. Many donors think of gifts only as coming from disposable income. Asking about asset gifts can change that reference point. A donor might think, I didn't know that other people save taxes by making gifts of stocks or real estate, or make gifts that pay them income, or make estate gifts in memory of a loved one, or avoid income taxes by making gifts from an IRA. Survey outcomes. Teach something by asking for guidance. Other questions can teach in a different way. They can ask for opinions about communications. By giving a judgment, donors are engaging with the messages. Examples of this approach include, please compare the two stories and select which of the two stories made you feel the following. 1. Made me value the work of the charity even more. 2. Increased my connection to the cause. 3. Moved me emotionally. Or, it would be most helpful to me if when you read the booklet you note how it's written. Do you like the style? Are the examples clear? Do you have any suggestions on how we might improve it? Or, which of these ads about giving stocks do you think others will find most compelling? Or, we need your help. Estate gifts have always been critical for this charity, but this is a sensitive topic, so we need your advice. We're considering using one of these two brochures. Would you mind sharing your thoughts by answering a few questions about them? Survey outcomes. Timely reminders. Being top of the mind is important for any donation, but it's particularly important for rare event gifts. The sale of stocks or real estate may seldom arise, but any parts donated before the sale avoid capital gains tax. Being top of the mind before such events is critical. Drafting a new will tends to be triggered by rare life events. Family changes, marriage, divorce, widowhood, birth of a first child or grandchild trigger new planning. Health events, diagnosis with cancer, declining health, do the same. Being top of the mind at such times is critical. A survey can remind donors of these gift ideas. Sometimes the reminder will come at just the right time. Survey outcomes. Learn something. First, a warning. This isn't survey research. It's Socratic fundraising. There are guides for survey research. Don't get confused by these. That's not what we're doing. Amy Lindenberger explains, a good donor survey is not about information. It's about self-reflection. It's a conversation on paper. The donor survey uses questions to guide the donor. It helps the donor discover something about himself. Its purpose is to persuade. But we can still learn something. Along the way, we can receive useful information. A donor's answers can lead to meaningful follow-up conversations. Sometimes we might analyze groups of surveys, but we must keep in mind that these are persuasive surveys. The responses are intentionally biased. This means relative levels will be more meaningful. Asking, are people interested in Project X isn't the right question. The survey is designed to generate positive answers. The better question is, how does interest in Project X compare with Project Y or Z? Also, questions can measure relative shifts in attitudes. We might want to know, are the legacy fundraising messages working? These gifts won't arrive for many years, but regular surveys can show donor intentions. A shift in responses over time can reveal progress. Surveys can also help improve the charity's words and phrases. Appeal letters can test these for small gifts, but this is harder for major gifts of assets. A survey can help. Phrases or questions that increase predictions will tend to increase donations. We can alter stories, words, or sequencing. Each small batch survey can be another experiment. This testing helps constantly improve the messages. Other survey issues, print or online. Online surveys are cheaper than mail or telephone surveys. Response rates are also lower. The question of which to use depends on the goals. Start with the online survey. It's the cheapest. If the goal is just to get a set of responses, this can be enough. Reaching more people requires more channels. Next, mail to those who don't respond to the online request. This is more expensive. Finally, call those who don't respond to mail. This is yet more expensive. It's also riskier if callers are outsiders or aren't trained well. Other survey issues. How long should it be? Some donor surveys use just a few questions. An appeal reply card might add just one or two. Others are several pages long. Which is better? The answer is, it's a trade-off. Within reason, more questions are better. For example, one experiment used some of the previous questions. These were about the donor's 1. People, 2. Values, and 3. Life story connections. Using all 3 types worked better than using any 1 or 2 alone. More was better. Another experiment tested the effects of reading planned gift donor stories. Reading 7 stories worked better than reading 4. Reading 4 worked better than reading none. More was better. This effect is not specific to fundraising. Psychology studies show the same thing. Triggering more expressions of an attitude changes things. It increases commitment to the underlying belief. It increases actions that match those beliefs. But there is a trade-off. Questions don't work if donors don't answer them. The longer the survey, the less likely it is to be completed. Length here isn't just about page numbers or word count. It's about how easy it feels to take the survey. Simple words help. Short sentences do too. Active verbs also help. Attractive design also increases response rates. One study showed the positive effects of use of accent color, additional navigation cues to call out section headings, more than one blank line between survey questions. White space between survey question response option block is larger than white space between a survey question and response options associated with the question. One or more blank lines between end of survey question and start of response options. A line or other demarcation between columns or survey questions. And finally, visible or extra white space on the survey page. Most of these increase the physical length of the survey, but they may make it feel easier. They make it more inviting. These design elements were most important for one group. They increased answers the most from the oldest respondents. Getting more responses isn't just about making the survey short. It's about making it feel attractive and easy. Conclusion. Done the right way, asking questions is powerful. The format can differ. It might start with a social conversation. It might be part of a formal campaign feasibility study. It might be a focus group. It might be a phone survey. It might be a paper or electronic survey. But the steps are the same. The principles don't change. Appreciative inquiry is compelling. Socratic fundraising works. Cited and recommended books for fundraisers. This book highlights advice from many of the most knowledgeable fundraisers. To learn more, please consider purchasing their books. These include Ahern and Joya, 2011, Keep Your Donors, The Guide to Better Communications and Stronger Relationships. Alexander and Carlson, 2005. Essential Principles for Fundraising Success, an answer manual for everyday challenges of raising money. Baker and others, 2013. The Essential Fundraising Handbook for Small Nonprofits. Breeze, 2017. The New Fundraisers. Bristol and Lisakowski, 2013. The Leaky Bucket, What's Wrong with Your Fundraising and How You Can Fix It. Brovey, 2019. Zen and the Art of Fundraising, The Pillars in Practice. Sacante and Jacob, Fundraising Basics, A Complete Guide. Eisenstein, Major Gift Fundraising for Small Shops, How to Leverage Your Annual Fund in Only 5 Hours per Week. Eskin, 2019. 10 Simple Fundraising Lessons, A Common Sense Guide to Overcoming Your Fear of Asking for Gifts. Fredericks, 2001. Developing Major Gifts, Turning Small Donors into Big Contributors. Fredericks, 2006. The Ask, How to Ask Anyone for Any Amount for Any Purpose. Godin, 1999. Permission Marketing, Turning Strangers into Friends and Friends into Customers. Green, Wag, and Field, 2019. You Can't Take It With You, The Art and Science of Legacy Fundraising. Greenhoe, 2013. Opening the Door to Major Gifts, Mastering the Discovery Call. Grover, 2006. Capital Campaigns, a guide for board members and others who aren't professional fundraisers but who will be the heroes who create a better community. Hinson, 2016. Planned Giving, How to Ask for Transformational Gifts. Kilstead, 2009. Capital Campaigns, Strategies That Work. Kilstead, 2013. Asking Styles, Harness Your Personal Fundraising Power. Klein, 2009. Reliable Fundraising in Unreliable Times. What Good Causes Need to Know to Survive and Thrive. Levin and Selig, 2016. Compelling Conversations for Fundraisers. Talk Your Way to Success with Donors and Funders. Levin, 2019. From Bankruptcy to Billions, Fundraising the Naomi Levin Way. Panis, 2014. Mega Gifts, Who Gives Them, Who Gets Them. Panis, 2020. Asking, a 59-minute guide to everything board members, volunteers, and staff must know to secure the gift. Perry, 2007. Fired Up Fundraising, Turning Board Passion into Action. Perry and Schreifels, 2014. It's not just about the money. How to Build Authentic Major Donor Relationships. Pittman, 2008. Ask Without Fear, a simple guide to connect donors with what matters to them most. Rackham, Calamere, and Rapkin, 1988. Spin Selling. Ross and Siegel, 2009, The Influential Fundraiser, Using the Psychology of Persuasion to Achieve Outstanding Results. Sagristano and Wallers, 2016, Getting Started in Charitable Gift Planning, the Resource Book. Sargent and Shang, 2010, Fundraising Principles and Practice. Seymour, 1999, Designs for Fundraising. Stroman, 2014, Asking About Asking, Mastering the Art of Conversational Fundraising. Thompson, Hayes, and Slamar, 2019, Message from the Masters, Our Best Donor Stories That Made a Difference. Tumalo, 2016, Simplify, A Simple Approach to Building a Sustainable Planned Giving Program. Warner, 2018, Engagement Fundraising, How to Raise More Money for Less in the 21st Century. Wilson, 2008, Winning Gifts, Make Your Donors Feel Like Winners. Wise and Littlefield, 2017, Ask Powerful Questions, Create Conversations That Matter. About the author. Russell James, JD, PhD, CFP, is a professor in the Department of Personal Financial Planning at Texas Tech University. He directs the on-campus and online graduate program in Charitable Financial Planning, Planned Giving. He also teaches courses in behavioral finance. He graduated cum laude from the University of Missouri School of Law, where he was a member of the Missouri Law Review and received the United Missouri Bank Award for Most Outstanding Work in Gift and Estate Taxation and Planning. He holds a Ph.D. in Consumer Economics from the University of Missouri, where his dissertation was on charitable giving. Prior to his career as an academic researcher, Dr. James worked as the director of planned giving for Central Christian College in Moberly, Missouri for 6 years, and later served as president of the college for more than 5 years, where he had direct and supervisory responsibility for all fundraising. During his presidency, the college successfully completed 2 major capital campaigns, built several new debt-free buildings, and more than tripled enrollment. Dr. James has published research in over 75 peer-reviewed scientific journal and law review articles and has been quoted on charitable and financial issues in a variety of news sources, including The Economist, The New York Times, The Wall Street Journal, CNN, MSNBC, CNBC, ABC News, U.S. News and World Reports, USA Today, The Associated Press, Bloomberg News, and the Chronicle of Philanthropy. And his financial neuroimaging research was profiled in the Wall Street Journal's Smart Money magazine. His other books include Visual Planned Giving, An Introduction to the Law and Taxation of Charitable Gift Planning, Inside the Mind of the Bequest Donor, a visual presentation of the neuroscience and psychology of effective planned giving communication. For links to his videos, slide presentations, and papers, please connect on LinkedIn.